Welcome, welcome, welcome back. I am having an amateur moment here. Forgot to plug in my microphone, even though I placed it perfectly to block the light there. We'll see if it comes up. Ah, there we go. You should be hearing me more clearly now. Welcome back. Another late show with your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're still chopping it up in the kitchen. We are still cooking. Um, but we are back in either case, and we're going to talk about your horological wishes from the new year, from 2023. I will start momentarily by trying to outline my wishes, which of course have everything to do with this channel. But I will want to hear from you, so feel free to jump on the panel whenever you can, whenever you would like to. The earlier, the better, and the more, the merrier. I'm also going to talk about some of the things that I'm going to do with the channel in the short run before I get to the long-term perspective. And I'm going to also talk about a few new releases, some of which have fallen through the cracks, some others that we didn't really talk about much, if at all. So let's get started. I will actually start with the official announcement of the giveaway of the raffle that I'm doing. I want to do this 4 months in succession for the first 4 months of 2023. You know that I had my interview about the creative process behind this collaboration between Seiko 5 and Rowing Blazers with Eric Wind of Wind Vintage. And it was a great interview. It was, as always, a beautiful conversation with Eric. So I highly recommend that you go and watch that. I will send a link to the entire playlist momentarily. Because that was practically as part of our extended conversation on collecting vintage watches, but we switched gears a little bit in this conversation and really wanted to talk about what how we can think about vintage design in terms of its reflections, in terms of its resonance in present day. And of course, Eric Wind designed these pieces with Jack Carlson of Rowing Blazers, who whom he helped actually to acquire an orange Seiko Diver 6105 at a certain point in time, which was part of the percolation, let's say, of this process. Last time they had gone in 2021, they had gone with 3 different pieces with 3 very interesting timing bezels. This time, I think they wanted to go with something that is perhaps a little more universal, a little more unisex, even a smaller case size that a lot of Seiko fans, Seiko collectors actually call Dress KX, right? Resonating with that earlier reference of SKX. So they came up with these 4 beautiful models, all of which are presented in that Rowing Blazers tin box that's decorated with the zigzag pattern, which takes inspiration, of course, from the regimental designs of the Royal Artillery of the United Kingdom. We're going to start the giveaway with the orange color. And by we, I really mean me, because again, even though I love all these people, Jack Carlson, Eric Wind, and I am a huge fan of Seiko, this is not a giveaway that is sponsored by any of them. This is something that I wanted to do out of my own initiative, to give something back to the community, of course, but also to generate some new excitement about the channel for the new year, and inspire some growth, I hope. So if you go over to Instagram at some point on your own time, um, please check out the post on Instagram, follow the guidelines, and I would like each and every one of you to chip in some way, to participate, right? Let me be clear, by chip in, I meant participate, because it really is based on inviting others to come into our community, right? That's what the guidelines encourage you for. And that will give you a chance to actually participate um, in the giveaway, which can end up with a new watch for you, or maybe for your loved ones, because I think these are also the kinds of pieces that you can gift to someone who is who is a beginner, who is perhaps barely interested in wristwatches at all. It could be a cool way to encourage them to actually wear a watch on their wrist. It would be an absolutely great start for um, a budding watch collector, a younger watch collector, probably. And again, it will help that these pieces are so beautifully sized, around 39 millimeters, but they also wear a tad smaller, I would say. So it can be a great watch for a young man, for a man of any age, a woman, um, any young collector. It could be just great. So check it out, like the post, tag people on it, send me an email, and we'll go from there. But the guidelines are very clear actually in the post, so please do read them, do follow them, and I want all of you to get a chance, get a crack at this. I want to welcome a few of my friends here. Aussie Expat Watches, check out his channel, growing channel, great informative analytical content. Please do check it out. And Aussie is, as you know, here whenever he can, whenever his busy schedules and double duty allows him. So I hope he will drop by later tonight. It's always a pleasure to have him, and have Junior and also number two on the show as well. Mike David, from New Zealand. Good afternoon. Last day in the sun for me. Back to reality tomorrow. Hey man, reality catches up. Yeah, this is my escape basically, and I am privileged to have your presence and support, and people like you in my little group here. This is my daily escape. It's always back to reality tomorrow, for better or worse. Jake Brooks, JB, so awesome. Eric was awesome, even offering NATO and NATO. Yes, that was an incredibly generous moment. I actually want to also recognize that once again. Look, this is not a shtick. I really think Eric Wind is extremely generous in offering his time to not only this channel but to the watch collecting community in general. All these pieces that he wrote in the past for Hodinki are referential points, and no pun intended, right? Because he did a whole series of videos on specifically those iconic Rolex models under the heading reference points, which are very informative for anyone who wants to get a head start on familiarizing oneself with, you know, submariners, GMT masters, explorers. But since Eric actually established his own dealership, his own vintage watch dealership in Florida, and since he stepped down from his position as vice president and senior specialist in Christie's, he has really donated a lot of his time to the community to simply inform people, educate them, and excite them further. His lecture for the Horological Society of New York was just a simple example of that, and that's recorded on YouTube, and he's going back in March for a second round. But ultimately, he's someone who really recognizes the fact that we have to really encourage each other, inform each other, treat each other with utmost respect, because we share a passion, and it needs an ecosystem basically to exist. So we need to support each other. And one extremely important gesture that he did was one of my audience members was asking whether he could somehow acquire one of these NATO straps, right, that came with the watch. This is the one, the hunter green with light blue, pale blue accents, stripes, or racing green, you might call it, whichever it is. This is the strap that goes with the limited edition with the orange dial. And as it happens, the straps too are limited, even though Rowing Blazers has an entire stock of very exciting and very originally designed NATO straps always on their website. So Eric basically said, hey, my orange dial Rowing Blazers limited edition is not coming off the bracelet anytime soon. So, send me an email and I will send you my own NATO strap. So this is the kind of person that you are dealing with when you're dealing with Eric Wind. The expression, the guy would give you the shirt off his back. That's the kind of person. So it's really amazing. Hey, Aden, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello.
Test, test, test. Mic check 1 2.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Nice to have you on the panel. I see you on the chat very often, but it's good to meet you finally. Okay. Well, I hope you come back, Aden. I'm gonna put the link again there if it is somehow lost. Junior, hello from Michigan. Nice to see you, man. Racing R, he's close. Nice to see you too. Mike David says, just look through Eric's website. I could have a field day, man. He has a great stock always. I poke a little bit of fun at him. Hi, Aden. How are you? Welcome back.
All right, but is that on a NATO strap?
Which one?
All of them. Well, the problem is they all need to be on a NATO strap.
They, you mean the Seiko ones?
All of them. A NATO strap.
Period. Nothing else is allowed. Bracelet, impossible.
Yeah, I'm just messing.
That's
But
okay.
hey, yeah, how is it going, guys? How is it going?
Well, it's nice to have you, Aiden, on the panel. I don't think we have been on the same panel before, so this is a good introduction. I like a NATO strap myself. I know it gets a lot of hate all across the board, but I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I'm not a big NATO strap guy. I was just kind of poking fun at kind of the joke that's been going around where they're like, "Oh, NATO strap, NATO strap."
I know it's some yeah, it gets a bad rep, but I think as an option, I'm just in general for people's personal collection. I always believe in switching things around, finding different ways of enjoying the same watch, bringing out different aspects, different lives, different energies out of the same piece. So a NATO strap is essential for that. So is something that is like leather or even vegan straps that I've been more recently trying on and switching around. I'm having a lot of fun with that kind of stuff. Um,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
what do you?
exactly, exactly. But yeah, I usually go towards bracelets just because if I sweat or if I do whatever, or it just doesn't matter. It can take the abuse, and plus I just like the look of the look of the bracelet and everything else. So that's just my preferences. But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for letting me on. I really appreciate it,
Of
and
course.
I appreciate you. Contributing to the community. You've been doing these live streams. I've seen you on here by yourself for a long time. Like you've been on there for hours, just sitting there by yourself talking watches. And I mean, it really shows you're just going after it. So
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, certain aspects of my personality and just the neurological makeup helps with that, I think. But I also like having the company of at least one other person who is just as enthusiastic about watches. So I'm lucky to have you today on the panel. But yeah, I don't mind. I can talk about this stuff for hours. But since I'm just getting to know you, let's talk a little bit about your collection, if you don't mind. Do you have a favorite piece that you wear from day to day that you can't take off?
um, as far as a favorite piece, no. Um, but I guess since this is my first time being on a stream. Besides, I was on one of Dis's streams. Um,
Mhm.
So if you don't mind, I could give a really quick rundown of just about me, and then I could tell you guys about my collection.
Of course, of course. But by all means, I'm kind of secretive myself about my real world persona, so I never insist that other people disclose that when they come on the stream. But by all means, whatever you want to share, this is your platform.
Exactly, I can share, but I'm not going to be too descriptive. But I'll let you guys know. Um, I had been watching Archie and YouTube and all this stuff since Archie started. Um, so not new to that type of stuff, but as far as coming on streams, like I said, haven't done a lot of those. But yeah, similar to Archie, I actually am an IT guy. The difference is, I didn't really fail in the IT part or get out of it. I guess he went out of it, and it all worked out for him anyway. But
Yes.
yeah, I've studied computers. I know a lot about computers. Um, and also, as you guys can see on my avatar, I don't play guitar so much anymore, but I did paint that avatar right there, and I do play guitar. I
Nice.
painted that a long time ago. And yeah, guys, I've liked watches for a long time. I
Can I
started
can
with
I
the
ask a
regular
quick
Seikos. Oh, go
can I
ahead.
ask a quick question about that painting? Is that Freud playing a Stratocaster, or is it just someone who looks like um, Freud, Sigmund Freud, the
Uh,
founding father of psychoanalysis.
I'm not really sure who it is. I guess it could be me, but I didn't really think about that whenever I was painting
Nice.
it. It just kind of came together.
Because it's kind of like, the frame of the glasses and what looks like a beard, but I guess it could just be his face, kind of makes him look like Freud. But I guess it's just maybe it's just a sad bald man playing guitar, which maybe you.
Old man. No, no, I'm not really. I'm not old. But
I am.
you're not old. Go on. But yeah, yeah, I did paint that. It is a bigger painting. It's about like 6 foot by like 5, something like that. But yeah, guys, I've been into watches for quite some time, and I did start off with the Seikos, the regular Seikos, and all that stuff, because that's all I could afford at the time. So, and you got to start somewhere. You just don't. Well, I'd say most people just don't never own a watch and then straight just buy a Rolex. Um, but yeah, I've been really into watches. I enjoyed collecting different Seikos. I remember when the SKX 007 uh, was very, very cheap. It was like $120, I think I remember paying for one. And I just saw today that some of those old SKXs are like $500-$600. So that was kind of a surprise because last time I checked, they were going for like 300. So, but but yeah, yeah, I've been into watches for a long time, and um, my favorite brand is tough to say, but well, I'll let you go ahead and ask the questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring out my SKXs since you were talking about it. I love them. And speaking of straps, I obviously have them on NATO's. This is my SKX 007.
Nice. Is that the Malaysian model or is it made in Japan? Japan.
It's MIG. Yeah, I have that sort of hang up, man. I mean, I guess you already know a few things about my personality, having seen me on on the screen for a few times. It had to be MIJ. It's the one with the Arabic, bilingual Arabic English day wheel, as you can see there. The Arabic
Yeah,
script.
they're really great watches. I remember reading something on the forums like 8 years ago or something, where somebody had found one in the like bottom of the ocean, and they pulled it up. They were a diver. They pulled it up. Everything was working on it fine. There was nothing
Mm,
wrong with it. It was still running. The
yeah,
bottom of the
I
ocean.
love these. Like this is the watch that I wear to the gym, to the pool, to the ocean, when I go to the beach. It's these are the watches I wear. I also have this kind of, a little fancier Seiko, I guess, the King Turtle. But the SKX just does the job fine. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a great watch.
yeah, but I'm not so much into those. I don't really wear those ones anymore. I want to wear like more luxury type stuff. Once you've had the luxury, you don't want to go back, right? You don't want to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think, I'm not going to romanticize, but I think, once you have a taste for finer things, I think you appreciate that certain kinds of occasions perhaps not necessarily demand, but ask for something a little more special than Seiko or than Citizen or than Unimatic, whatever. You can multiply the examples by now. Uh, but I think, if you like watches, more or less everything has its place, right? I have never been a digital watch guy. I've never been into, I have nothing against quartz movements, but I've never been into kind of watches with electronic displays, for example. But I even understand people who have, an entire luxury watch collection, yet, have at least a few different Casios and G-Shocks and these kinds of watches. I think they all have their place. If you are bitten by that bug at some point, and it's really an ailment at some level, Aiden. I mean, I've never met a collector who just collects one thing. It can be napkins, it can be bottle caps, it can be matchboxes, but people who collect watches have the weirdest collection habits. Even some of them are hoarders at a certain level. I mean, I would consider myself a hoarder at a certain from a certain perspective. I like clothes, and I have like stacks of sweaters, for example, even though I live in Los Angeles, and I have about, maybe optimistically, like 3 weeks the entire year to wear sweaters. um but I have dozens, right? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
and I have no need
exactly.
for them.
Yeah, it can be kind of a bad thing sometimes though too if you take it too far. Which I mean, I can admit that I've probably taken some hobbies and stuff too far, collected too many of this or whatever. It can become an obsession, and that's why we have this watch community, because there aren't a lot of other people sometimes where it's like, hey, let's talk about Tudor, let's talk about Rolex or
Mm.
whatever. And a lot of people don't have those watches, right? So they don't understand the kind of what we go through with our watches and what they mean to us.
Right. And I mean, I think this is still the case. We sometimes get carried away by the fact that, hey, smartwatches have been a great gateway drug. They pull perhaps a lot of people back into wristwatches because they got used to wearing something on their wrist again. But I think in a way we are still in a minority, right? People at least who actually care and get emotionally invested in watches. I think that's still a small community, relatively speaking. Um, Even though it has had its moment in the mainstream with the environment of the pandemic. Um, at the end of the day, yes, I mean, we are carving our own space here so we can uh, have these sorts of rarefied conversations. And maybe some of it is, since I blamed you for unconsciously drawing Freud's face as yourself playing guitar. Some of this is talk therapy, I think, right? We are really trying to figure out what it is exactly that pulls us into this sort of hobby or this kind of collecting frenzy.
Yes, yes. Welcome to the support group for people who are addicted to watches. Although we just encourage it more, right?
In a way, I mean, I try to, this channel for that reason has been a little different and has been actually, I think, in a few platforms denigrated for being a downer in a certain way. But thankfully, time has proven me and the professor right. I don't know if you know the professor. He has been away for a little bit. He will certainly come back, but um, he has been using his professional skills and his experience in actually having been involved with the Swiss horological industry for decades now to predict some of the trends, right? And we have been predicting the fact that the watch market has been completely unraveling since late March 2022. And we have been warning people to be patient. The prices are going to continue to dip. There's no reason to rush to buy anything. Certainly, if you have the luxury to hold on to your watches, try not to sell them. So we have been encouraging, and I've been encouraging certainly people to hold on to what they have, find new ways of appreciating what they already have. rather than necessarily going out and purchasing more watches, even though I haven't been the best example myself, right? I've bought a few new things this year for sure. But, the idea is really finding ways to get the best deals for your budget. And I never spend more than what I have as disposable income. And I would very strongly advise that for everyone, right? I never bought a watch um, at or more than retail. The reason I buy on the secondary market is basically to um, make sure that I don't lose anything. Because I've never approached watches as investments, as an opportunity to take this and flip it into something else. I've never looked at it that way. Not that I necessarily denigrate that or look down upon that, but that has never been my hustle. Um, so I try not to be an enabler, but I guess I have been in some way, and it's good to recognize that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And 100%, I agree with you in the fact that, um, for one, I think the market's going to creep down. I think it's definitely going to creep down a bit this year. The fact that if you look at the history of Rolex,
Mm,
the price movement that has happened on these is not normal, and it's not just watches. There's other things. So the reason for that, why it happened, is because of, the United States printed what, was it like 20-25% of all of the money that was in
mm.
circulation uh, in one year. So that's going to put an effect on things, and then, surprise, surprise, then inflation and things like that. So this is going to affect the global market when you're talking about a world reserve currency.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there were a few factors combining. Of course, I think free money, easy money was part of it. Of course, the money people made or thought that they made in in the cryptocurrency boom or bubble was, I think, another part of it. Um, Time was another part of it, right? I'm being in a way obnoxiously abstract, because I think the fact that people had so much time on their hands gave them, again, that occasion to perhaps explore their hobbies, their interests, with a different kind of commitment, and with perhaps an expanded dimension. So it brought a lot of new people into the hobby, a lot of people from the mainstream who were never really interested in watches were suddenly buying and selling and trading and even becoming so-called watch experts on YouTube. Um, so it created an interesting environment, and it was kind of the perfect storm. And I don't necessarily, again, I don't necessarily regret that moment. I don't resent anything about that moment. I think overall it was great for the watch hobby. Again, for someone like me who has been involved with this for 2 decades now, um, I cannot imagine. Look, Aiden, I mean, I think this is really funny. Yesterday, I don't know if you were here at that particular moment. I got a message from a dating app. A woman asked her first move, asking me a watch question. Should I buy an OP31 in green? Is it worth it? Like, for something like that to come up in a dating app as something cool, and for me as a dork to leverage that into a date, uh, unimaginable in year 2003. Impossible. Like, it it's not with the horizon of possibility 2 decades ago or even 5 years ago. So the world has changed tremendously, and I cannot resent any part of that. I think it's cool that we are collecting watches, and horology is now not considered as the at the same level as philately, as collecting stamps, and I don't know, collecting rocks and uh, shells from the beaches or something. It's something cool now. So can't I can't hate on that.
Yeah, yeah. And then I mean, that's kind of rare. Girls who are into watches, it's not super common, as a lot of us, we probably know. So it's always and then if they are into it, it's usually something a little different. They're like, oh, it's just more of an accessory. They're like, oh, I
Hmm.
want this because it's blue and it matches my blue, whatever. But that's just my experience. I don't really know any girls who are really into watches.
Really? I mean, I think it has changed tremendously. Again, uh, I just saw a magazine and I picked it up because of this reason. I want to show that too. I think the market is still playing catch up because this is how they still advertise watches for women. It's look, I mean, it's very old fashioned in a way because you have Grace Kelly at the center. You have Mercedes Gleitze, who is, of course, very institutional in Rolex's history, right? That is the woman that made the oyster case basically as an article of popular culture in crossing the channel by swimming across the channel with an oyster, Rolex oyster watch around her neck. But anyway, the watch they're trying to sell with using these images of women who have actually worn that kind of watch, but also different kinds of Rolex watches as well. Sylvia Earle is there. Um, yeah, they're still trying to sell these sorts of, gem set, mother of pearl. I mean, it's a very beautiful thing. The ladies, I can certainly see that being, part of a ladies' collection. But I feel like women really don't content themselves anymore with simply having a jewelry piece. And I will turn it around a little bit. Again, this might be my own vanity and my own, proclivities and my own orientation, perhaps. But I'm also just as vain as the kind of woman that you are describing. I do sometimes start an outfit with a watch or put together an outfit and then go to my watch box and choose what would go with that kind of outfit. And sometimes, yes, it is something as simple as matching or picking up a color or shade, or like a vibe, right? If I'm wearing a nice suede jacket, I probably want to wear my Submariner or Type 20, right? I want something that is black, monochromatic, masculine. If I'm wearing, my shiniest suit, I probably want something dressier. I probably want my Datejust, perhaps even on a leather strap.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Speaking of a date, just like that's one of the things that's really cool about a date just is, especially if you have one in a white or a blacked out, is it'll just match anything, right?
that's right.
You can wear it with anything. You can wear it casually, you can dress it up, you can do whatever. And it's going to look good, at least in my opinion.
I completely agree. And the thing with Datejust, of course, is because, look, Tudor gets criticized for this, right? Everything is Black Bay. Of course, people forget that when it comes to Rolex, everything is Oyster and everything is Oyster Perpetual specifically, right? Waterproof case, self winding movement. That's what it essentially means. Um, so the Datejust is not only aesthetically so versatile the way you described, it can go with any outfit or fit any occasion. It can also dynamically and from a utilitarian perspective too fit any occasion, right? It's not to be tim too much of a Tim Masso about it. It will slide under your dress shirt's cuff, and it will also accompany you, let's say on a hiking trip or on a trip to the beach. If the gaskets are fine, if you just had it checked, chances are you can swim with it and take a shower with it, and will certainly survive and thrive on that kind of occasion as well.
Exactly, exactly. Should we say hi to some of the people in the chat here? Some of the
Yes,
people
sir.
that
I
are.
was just about to say that. Yes, Basils is here. Lovely to see you, man. My friend from Rhode Island, Aussie expat, of course, was talking about with JB the way people get leveraged about watches. My friend the other day claimed he had no leverage, yet his entire net worth consisted of houses, all mortgaged. He said, but the value is greater than the debt. That's not leveraged. Mind blown.
Yeah.
And
So hi to
Aussie,
everybody in the chat. How's it going?
yeah, it's a different world, right? It's a different feeling to be on the panel. Suddenly, you feel a kind of responsibility, huh?
No.
No.
I have seen
Okay.
Basil's Beazles around,
Yes.
and Jake's here. I've seen him around. We've got Aussie. So, yeah, welcome to the show, guys.
Yeah, those are our people. And St. Peter, maybe he will jump on as well. St. Peter is, of course, someone whom I had the pleasure of meeting um, in New York as well. So I consider him a genuine friend. Not that that's a precondition, by the way. I've never met Aussie Expat, for example, in person, but I think he is great. Bezos, JB, we talk behind the screen. Racing R was here earlier, at least said good evening. I have met him in person. He's also great. But yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, really, to me, the kinds of connections that you can make, the kind of relationships you can build with a conversation that starts on YouTube. So I'm very happy uh, to have become part of this community and to have become active in it as well with my own channel.
Very good. Can I ask you a question for your preference?
Of course.
Okay, cool. So I'm just curious, what is your favorite watch brand? And also, what is your least favorite? And I want to know what some of the people, what their favorite and least favorite is in the chat as well.
Okay, that's a great question. I mean, it's hard to turn it into a poll. That's a great way to get people into it right away. But we can simply invite everyone to at least share their favorite brand. I'm not gonna, with your permission again, I'm not gonna name any least favorite brands because I feel like it's a little bit of a negative conversation. I don't think I feel that strongly about any brand to badmouth them that actively.
Or say one that, maybe you think could use the most improvement.
That's actually a great way to look at it. Let's welcome Big Meech, and we will return to this question. Meech, how are you, man? Welcome back.
Pretty good, Lord. How about yourself?
Oh man, it's I'm already feeling in a better mood. Meech and I had a great conversation and bonded over liking certain types of woman in the background. So it brings a smile on my face right away.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest. I looked that up about a couple hours ago on that YouTube video. It's gotten 2 likes already.
Amazing, amazing.
Good
Oh my
day.
god, I have a 5-person panel already. What's going on? Aussie and Racing R. Welcome, guys.
Good evening. Aden, I like your Kershaw leak video. Sorry, I did some snooping.
Do you like what?
Your Kershaw link video.
Oh, yeah. That's a good blade. Thanks, man. Thanks for checking
Still
it
going
out.
strong?
My Kershaw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been using it that much. I've actually been, whenever I carry a knife, I'll carry the Kershaw Blur.
I've got a Blur too. I'm not a fan of the texture on the scales, but otherwise it's a beautiful blade.
Yeah, Kershaw, they make really, really good stuff for the money. Even if you get the Chinese ones, they're pretty good. But I'm not sure what they're doing nowadays. But if they still make the USA blades, I would recommend those or Spyderco. So just want to throw that out there to anybody who's into knives.
Yeah, I'm looking at getting a Spyderco this year for my 40th birthday. If it's not a Royal Oak, I'm gonna get myself a Chris Reeves Sabenza.
Nice. Um, yeah, I know nothing about knives or blades, but it's good to know that. Speaking of things that we collect, right? It's an interesting conversation. Racing R, how are you doing, man? I wanted to welcome you as well.
Hi, Lord. Hi, everyone. Make sure you can rise my audio there. But I'm very happy. I'm good to see all the expats in person and Aden and Biggie Popa Mac. But yeah, man, I'm here and I asked some questions before to you regarding some two watches, and if we can go deep on them,
Of
that
course.
would make my night even better because I'm totally in love with both of them, right?
Racing R, I especially appreciate, that by going deep, I can make your night better. That's exactly the central kind of conversation I like. So I will go deep. SP, St. Peter, how are you, man?
Very good, thank you.
Hey.
Once people started talking about knives, I mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't help myself.
Amazing.
What
So
you got there, St. Peter? You actually like knives, or are you trolling me?
No, I'm not a big knife collector. I do want to get a nice Damascus chef's knife because I have been getting a lot more serious about my own home cooking, and of course, knives are an essential tool. I do have a
I
small
hear
Kershaw.
Ponticello is a great at chef's knives. Honestly, I hear he's the guru when it comes to all thing cookware.
yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Look, I know it's easy to hate on Marcelo. I have actually, with all our past, I have no hate against Marcelo in my heart at all. And running a restaurant, right? Cooking for people and hosting people in that kind of professional setting, I think it's quite admirable. Actually, I think it's I have a lot of respect for what he does in his professional life. Let me put it like that. But yeah, St. Peter and I were talking about this actually. I'm not a great cook myself. I wouldn't consider myself a great chef, but it gives me a lot of joy to cook for other people. If I can prepare a simple dish for someone else, to me, that's one of the things that really fills my heart, in ways that a lot of other things don't. So I like.
Lord, won't you please try my Hungry Man TV dinner?
SP. Yeah, so I upgraded my kitchen knives recently as well. I happen to know the head of restaurants at Caesars here, so he's a professional chef, and I asked him, and his wife also works in the industry. I said, "What do you guys use for knives? Like, what's you guys are pros, so what do you actually use?" And they were pretty, dismissive actually of the question, but I said, "Well, you got to use something, right?" And they said, Victorinox. So those are relatively inexpensive, but and they look cheap as hell. But it's honestly a very good knife. I
And
found it very comfortable. And
I want to ask a question because I don't know much, but I don't know if they are still produced there. But Victorinox is a brand that was founded in Switzerland, right? That's a Swiss brand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Correct.
yeah, I would pretty much echo that. There, Swiss, made in Switzerland. You guys would love that, right? Rolex.
Yes.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
Rolex.
yeah, Rolex, right? So
Rolex.
Rolex. Yeah, they're made in
Okay.
Switzerland, and
Guys, professional opinion. The Marcelo doesn't approve Victorinox, so
yeah, they're it's a more budget knife, but and it's not the only. I have Victorinox, and I also have Shun, which are made in Japan, hand forged.
Ooh.
But I would just recommend.
Zaratsu polished by any chance?
There's this who polish it. Yes, they are. Thank you.
Wow. Nice.
But
So
but those
that's
aren't
just another word for spit shine, right? I mean, let's call it for what it is.
So, see, Marcelo agrees with Aden. Good knives would be Japanese or German made. Amazing.
I came on here. I'm a big fan of plugging, successful self-made artisans. Is anyone here on the channel familiar with Nick Anger Knives?
Look, I mean, if I had that last name, I would be producing knives too. I mean,
he is a huge fucker, also, man. I mean, he seems really sweet. Like I'm pretty sure he's based out of Vermont.
Oh, those look like beautiful steels. Holy cow!
He is. So there has been a renaissance in forging, specifically in bladesmithing and other types of metalsmithing. But in the past 15 or 20 years, it has just taken off like crazy. And you could go down any one of these social media rabbit holes of these guys like that they just forge. Like they're all about making these beautiful, exquisite Damascus patterns. Another guy I wanted to plug is Rad Knives, who I started following when his IG profile was predominantly about like TIG welding, like exquisite TIG welding on like titanium exhaust for hypercars and that kind of stuff. And then he started making his own Damascus titanium, which is just like insane. And he seems like a cool dude. He collects firearms and Rolex also. So I kind of like, I don't know, I'd like to talk to him one day.
A man's man.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me see. I mean, I'm not. Look, this knife talk is getting me more viewers than me talking about watches. So I'm not gonna complain. But I think Aden had a great question earlier about our favorite brands and perhaps our less favorite brands or brands that we like, but think that they could, they perhaps need a hand or a different kind of trajectory, an expanded vision. The bands that can improve the most in 2023, that can be a topic. I know Racing R has very specific questions when it comes to a couple of models. So eventually I want to leverage to that. I just know sometimes people have limited time. So if Racing R perhaps wants to ask those questions first, or we maybe address Aden's question and move to Racing R, we'll figure it out. But Racing, talk to me.
Hi, Lord. Actually, I was at West Time the other day and saw the Chronomaster from Zenith, the 38 millimeters. Kind of when I saw the watch, I like it how it wears. 38. It's a kind of a new size to me. Pretty light watch. The case back is beautiful. I like it. But talking to you yesterday regarding the Explorer, the 1670 750.
Mm-hmm. 57.
Similar price range. I'm going to stay in California. So what you reckon is the best call? Although the Zenith is unbelievable watch in person, man.
I like Zenith, and I think I know there's a good reason that complicated watches tend to come in bigger sizes, right? So I don't necessarily have something against a lot of chronographs being 41, 42 millimeters, but I do appreciate a chronograph that's a little more compact. That's why I kind of veer towards vintage pieces, 2-register Type 20, which is a vintage design that used to be 38 millimeters, that was revived by even pre-Swatch Breguet, when they were controlled by this Bahraini investment group in the 90s. That's actually a pre-Swatch development, the self-winding Type 20 they produced. Mine is 2001, so it's actually Swatch Group. But, that aside, I like a compact chronograph. I do see the justification, for larger pieces, but I do actually enjoy the fact that Zenit still makes these sorts of pieces that actually scale under 40. And I think it's a beautiful watch. The reason I kind of talked you away from it a little bit was not necessarily a case against this watch, but maybe case about your collection in particular, right? Especially the three watches that you have with you right now in California. And I think you have a nice picture of all three here somewhere.
Gonna spooge on that 2 dozen Black Bay Pro photos.
Yeah, he loves the watch, man. What? I mean, I know you love the watch too. Don't hate on it.
Yeah, 100%.
So yeah, this is the three watches that Racing R right now has with him in California. Tudor Black Bay Pro, which is the newest acquisition. The Speedmaster 3861, the Sapphire Sandwich, he also acquired pretty recently, and he has the Seamaster 300 Professional as well, which I think is a great collection. Now, some people might make the argument, hey, he has the Zenit, he gets another dial color, and it's a self-winding movement. I don't know. I mean, it's for me, it seemed a little bit too much of the same thing. I don't know if I would add another chronograph. I was leaning a little more towards 16570, which is basically the 5-digit 40 millimeter version of the Explorer 2. Now, you might say that's a GMT watch, and that replicates in a way the Black Bay Pro. I think it's a different feel. It's a different color scheme, certainly. And I don't know, Polar, I feel, is very iconic. I don't want to do too much of an Archie luxury impression, but I do feel like, every man needs a Rolex. Every collection kind of needs a Rolex.
But Lord, one thing is the GMT function is so useful to me, to my daily life while I'm here. So having two of them, one in white and one in black, it could make sense.
Okay.
But,
I mean, look, if you are gonna affirm my opinion, I will always love you, Racing. Yes, I think so. I think the GMT
but there is
function
one
is
thing, man.
much more
The
useful.
the Rolex vibe that I've always said to you. I had once an Explorer 42 millimeters of the new one, and then it was a bit heavy. It's uncomparable how it wears larger than the Tudor, the Black Bay Pro.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, I have, again, I'm talking from personal experience, not simply to affirm my own taste. And I have tried the Black Bay Pro on a few different occasions, both in the boutique and from friends. The 5-digit Rolex 16570 wears much more like that watch, the watch you have, than the 42 millimeter that you own and that Ozzy has in his collection. And he can speak to this as well, because he has said many times on this channel specifically that they are so different from each other. The current Explorer 2 with the white dial or the black dial, and the 16570, that they can in fact belong to the same collection. So I will kind of cede the floor to him and see what Ozzy says. Ozzy, what do you think? Because
I mean, I intend to do the same thing, roughly speaking, that eventually I will get the Black Bay Pro, and the fact that I've got the Polar is not even remotely a sort of an issue. You know, it's just they're very different, but with the same DNA. The only thing I would ask you Racing R is which one of these do you take to I don't know, a musical or an opera or something like that? You know, if you're doing some sort of cultural event or a fine dining restaurant, which one do you wear?
Well, I think basically the metal strap. It's something for the daily use. It's unbelievable useful. You know, if you go to the beach, you get it sandy, and then you go in salt water, and then you go back home and have shower on the watch. It stays there. It doesn't smell. You sweat on it, and it's amazing. So that takes the adventure side of my life. It takes the Tudor Pro. You know, as more as I use, as more better it gets. You know. But if I have an occasion that I have to dress up, somehow I would try to dress up in a way that I could use my CD, you know, because of the relevance of the history of the watch. You know, it's not crazy to say, but if you were at the 60s, probably you're gonna meet an astronaut. He would be wearing his PD. Doesn't matter what the event was, you know.
On
So,
the JB mesh, I think, as well.
it could be. But I go towards that line that the Speedy can hold a lot of seriousness towards any person, you know. If you go to a meeting and someone is wearing like a different watch that you doesn't recognize, you have this kind of a type of person that you're talking with, you know. You can, in the end of the day, know how much deep they go into their own things, you know. But when you have like a Speedy, you know, it's a level ground, you know. You bring up a lot of history of horology on it. So I think it's for you though. But however, you know, the Polar and the Back Bay Pro in the same collection maybe makes sense once you use the GMT a lot, you know. For me, it's unbelievably useful.
I will support what Racing R said, and I think actually Ozzy posed a very good question there, right? You know, it seems that, of course, even the fourth watch that we consider as an addition to this collection is a sporty watch. Overall, the collection is a collection of sports watches, but I have been long an advocate of wearing the iconic sports chronograph as a kind of dress watch as well. And as Racing R said about, you know, astronauts, you know, if you had seen them in other occasions, chances are they would be wearing their NASA issued pieces. And I will present another example, right? I made a whole video about this as well as part of the Watches and Style segment. And my inspiration was Team Lotus, right? Who in the 60s, both Jim Clark and Graham Hill wore a number of very recognizable chronographs, of which I think the Navitimer reference 806 was the most iconic. And they literally, as we say in American English, they literally wore the shit out of them, right? You know, they wore them while they were racing, while they were lounging, and while they were also, you know, wearing a lovely dress shirt with cufflinks under a sport coat as well. I think the Speedmaster can certainly do a similar kind of double duty when it comes to the dress watch occasions. And I'm not only saying that because it is an iconic design, which it is, but it's also a very monochromatic and dramatic kind of design, right? I think, and the way he put it together here, Racing R put it together here on that lovely leather strap with contrast stitching, I think that's a great look, right? You know, you might say maybe you need, like, you know, something even more heightened. Well, you know, we are in Southern California right now. I think it's a leather strap with contrast stitching is as formal as you need to go,
Right.
if you are playing dress up in Los Angeles, etc. So this is, I think, great.
I
or
100%
a NATO
agree
strap.
Yeah, I 100% agree that the chrono is a great choice to have something sporty and sort of slightly elevated in the collection for those special occasion. I would consider another chrono that sort of really leans into that a little bit harder than the classic tool watch, which is the Speedmaster. It's appropriate, but we could talk about, say, I think the Daytona leans into that a little bit harder. It's got a little less important heritage and a lot more pizzazz, I guess. The only other watch that I felt was sort of outdoing me when I took my mum to a show here in Las Vegas was the couple next to me. The gentleman had a Cartier Santos in blue, and I thought that was fucking class. I mean, that's another sport watch that is. It's very cool. I don't know if that's on your radar at all. It's obviously not useful or tool watch like any of your current ones, but it is, sports, but that next sort of level.
But all the
what do you guys think about the Moon Watch, guys? Like, what do you think? Do you think that I'll go first. Like, I think it's a little it's just not my style. It just seems a little plain, boring, matte. I understand it was the first watch on the moon. I mean, if we went to the moon, right? I mean, we're in the and by the way, we're in a moon race right now against China or somebody else, right? It's like, come on, how come we haven't been there in forever? It's ridiculous.
We should be living up there.
Wait, one second. One second. I want to read this super chat before we go on. 1999 JB, thank you so much. Great panel. Thank you. I'm really blessed tonight. I really appreciate this. Amazing photos and collection taste racing are. Racing, you wanted to intervene there. So I want you to respond, and you can also respond to Aden's question as well. Why is the Moonwatch so important to you and your collection?
The Moonwatch is for sure, whoever understand about speed and science and rocketry, it's for sure the watch that actually was chosen by the best guys in the 60s to do something that humans haven't done since. So basically, you're talking to the most compact, connected to the person watch that we have seen yet. I love Navitimers. I know they were also in the space race, but the Moonwatch stood out as the chosen one. It beats the Daytona in that year for sure. But apart from that, I think, or answering all I think the Zenith maybe would add some spiciness to my collection. I had Rolex before. It attracts too much attention. You always are scared to be nicked or stolen. If you're with your family, you don't want to be put into that situation.
I agree.
I've been in many places that you are like in a valley or waiting someone. You are in danger at that moment, man. No matter what happens. The spotters are all over the place, Even me, who doesn't know anything, I look at someone wearing a Rolex. I said sometimes to my wife, "Look, if you get that watch, you can sell for like $20,000 right now without paper and box."
But that's the thing, racing are, by the way. Like for example, the other day in the race in the cigar lounge, I actually saw a gentleman wearing a beautiful black and gold 4-digit Daytona, and I was scared to talk to him because I did not want to rattle him, right? I did not want to be that guy saying like, hey, let's talk about the $250,000 watch that you might be wearing on your wrist, right? So I understand, especially in the Southern California context, where these watches are more recognizable and can put a target on your back. I completely understand. And I think from the perspective of coolness and recognizability, Black Bay Pro already takes care of that. I remember, before this model came out, it was one of my 2 or 3 time sightings of 1655 in public when I was in Frieze in Los Angeles, which is like a famous art show, right? And I saw a 1655 on a gentleman's wrist, and we didn't even have to talk, right? We just made eye contact. I kind of nodded towards his wrist, and we kind
The
of
other
shook our
gentleman
heads.
went for his pistol, made sure that the leather snap was off,
Maybe,
and winked.
maybe. I mean, I do like Ozzy, I do look a little shady. So, but yes, I mean, I would like to think that was a positive recognition. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of watch, right? And I think Black Bay Pro and any type of Tudor is that as well, that by their presence, by seeing it on someone's wrist, you pretty much know, like, whoa, this is a person who is a watch guy, or at least someone who has paid some attention to what they put on their wrist. Thank you so much, Bezels, for your super sticker, which gives us the king of cool, the guy with sunglasses. So I think Zenith can add something different and something quite lively to this collection. That's not Rolex. I still insist, again, anything that has Cyclops on the crystal, the average person probably would recognize it as a Rolex. But I think the Polar is still a wild card, right? That sort of white dial, to the average person, not to the Rolex collector, but to the average person, I think is still less of an immediately recognizable piece. So that can still be a wild card. But I can understand your concern, Racing. Maybe you just don't want to wear a Rolex, not at this present time. I can only respect that.
Yeah.
I
I would
know.
say though, if you are worried about your watch getting stolen and it's a financial thing, just get insurance on it through your insurance company and get some peace of
No,
mind.
man, but it's not even the financial thing. It's the whole trauma of the situation itself, It's
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
depending how you're being approached, it's going to be messy and shit. So, but Lord, what about the Moonwatch, man? What's your thoughts about the Moonwatch regarding
Man.
Aden comments?
No, I think, again, for me, I think I already have a sense of Aiden's sense of humor and approach. So I don't take it to heart, even though I actually, I'm kind of ambivalent, right? I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any shape or form, but I got a lot of flack for this in the watch community, but for me, the deep sea exploration is much more fascinating than space exploration. So I was never caught up in rocket science, so to speak, but I love vintage Speedmasters especially. And on my New York trip, I had this chance to wear my friend's Speedmaster for a few hours, for basically an entire afternoon. I had my Type 20, which I gave to him, and I got this pre-moon 321 Speedmaster in the Iganon Frère case, the lyre lug, the twisted lug case. And oh my God, man. I mean, that was an amazing watch to wear on the wrist just for a little bit. And, it could go with this sort of outfit. Throw away the jacket, just wear that denim shirt. It's the kind of watch that is just instantly cool. Would be cool to someone who knows nothing about watches, would be cool and insanely cool in this particular form, because it's a 67 piece, to someone who knows watches. It's just an amazing piece. I have a particular penchant, at any rate, for mid-century horological design. It's not a coincidence that I consider the Rolex Submariner and Breguet Type 20 as two bookends to my collection, and that's because they are very pure, very balanced, largely monochromatic, uninterrupted, very symmetrical in terms of the dial design, in terms of the layout on their face. And the Speedmaster is exactly that. If I did not have a Type 20, or if I end up getting a vintage chronograph of this sort, chances are that I would get an Omega Speedmaster rather than anything else. I mean, I would love to get a vintage Omega Speedmaster or a Navitimer 806, or maybe a Type 20 Arabic numeral, like an actual vintage, like 2-register, perhaps hand wound piece. I would love something like that. I think for me, it's a piece of design that's timeless. It's just as iconic as the Submariner, just as iconic as the Type 20. For me, it's pure. It doesn't age.
Yeah, exactly. I absolutely agree with that. I think that it's definitely an iconic model with a great history. And I mean, it's an Omega. But the question is, I'm not saying that we didn't go to the moon, but why are we talking about going to Mars when we haven't been to the moon in Lord knows how long, right? So it's like,
I don't know.
why don't we?
You can blame you can blame the Biden administration over that. A lot of jobs were lost. So
this is Dark Brandon's economy at work. That's what we're talking about now.
And other times, I think the launch of every Apollo mission was something. Today, money would be $1 billion for launch. So
right,
it's different eras, different objectives, and the moon landing was such a powerful thing. But if you look today, they can arrive on the moon easily. They did now with Artemis mission. So soon we're gonna see again in the moon.
I can feel it at the pump every time they load up that Saturn V with all of that fuel.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists.
No. My minivan, it costs like, more to fill up every time.
And I've been
saying, like, I hate to bring up Elon Musk, but like, why are we talking? I'm seriously, why are we talking about colonizing Mars when he hasn't even gone to the moon? I mean, come on, that's pretty close. We don't have much up there. It's just, come on, it just doesn't really make much sense to me. I'm not saying
Aden,
didn't or did or whatever.
It's because it's politically incorrect now to colonize other parts of the Earth. So we have to project those feelings towards space. That's why we're talking about colonizing Mars. I don't think we can actually inhabit the moon. I think that's our main problem. But JJ, welcome and thank you. I sent the link again, JJ. You should join as well. The more the merrier, as I said.
Surely the moon
let's be honest. Who doesn't want to
live
conquer little green men
Mars.
too? I mean, that's fun in itself, right?
I mean, it can be. You can still be a humanist, and I guess decimate an entire other species. That makes sense.
No, I mean, as long as we can, maybe conquer the little green women as well. That's
Even I wouldn't go that far.
I can spot a fellow original series Star Trek man from a mile away.
Nice.
But yeah, I just wanted to say hi to Meech. Like I've seen you on here plenty of times. I haven't really joined and got to like talk to you. And yeah, just pretty cool. Hi to JJ. Hopefully JJ would come on. That would be pretty cool.
Hey, JJ, we were talking about knives earlier. That's why the panel is just loaded. We were talking about
it's true.
The Sebenzi you recommended to me.
It's
do it, Ozzy. I own 2 Chris Reeves knives. I mean, do it.
Yeah.
Money well spent. Money well spent.
Okay. Yeah, I was going up and down. I went down a few rabbit holes, including maybe a Sharagorov. I really love the look. I just don't like that it's Russian made. I really want an American piece. I'm not joking. Like, this is something that, it'll be a lifelong piece. I really want an American made knife.
Yeah, but you buy anything American made nowadays, it's cheaply made. I mean, there's no point. You got to outsource. Outsource to the Chinese, my guy.
You got to get on the list for a Nick Anger. Made in
Yeah,
USA.
got a Nick Anger.
Yep,
Does he
get
make
on.
folders?
I think he dabbles, but check out the Rad Knives guy. He makes really sick, and just completely insane folding knives that I think they're quite expensive. But if you want like just a totally crazy folding knife, I would recommend him. The style's a bit much for my taste, but I feel
No,
like I feel like
I need something that's going to stand the test of time, man. Not a gimmick.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, like this guy seems pretty serious. I would have a hard time believing that he would sell these products or at least attain the level of success that he has with his brand if his knives were not of high quality. But I just don't know. Like I said before, I have limited experience.
Right.
I'm attracted to the craft and the design.
Yeah, in researching a whole bunch of nice knives, I always have to get a shitter every now and then. Anyway, when you're on a shitter train, you just got to pick up more shitters. So I got this one. I'm not going to keep it. This is the CJRB Pyrite, and it's got a locking mechanism I've never used before, but apparently a whole bunch of shitters started using them, and it's pretty cool. Like it just sort of just holds pretty easily, and then just hit the button and But I was just trying to find a shitter that was in all stainless, but the sort of the media blasted finish is not really Rolex like at all.
So you
Yeah.
want something matching with the rest of your equipment in a way.
It's a common thing in the community. I've got a stainless steel pen that looks really nice, like looks spot on.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not a Rolex, because the Rolex has got nice material. So if I wear an Omega, it looks spot on.
Okay. Racing. So what do you think from the conversation so far? Is 16570 still on the table? Considering that it's kind of a wild card, but also possibly also still recognizable because it has the Cyclops on the crystal. Or are you still leaning towards the Zenith?
Lord, as more as I study about the Zenith, I start liking it. It's a different story and sequence of events from Rolex. The 38 millimeter is amazing. I saw it in person, and it's so light and it wears nice. And wearability for me is one of the most important thing in a watch. Although they bring down the water resistance to 50 meters, so you need to babysit a little bit, but still the bracelet would allow you to go to the beach and not go in the water with the watch, but you can take some a bit. It's a different philosophy, man. I'm not sure about the Rolex thing. I owned a Rolex before I sold it. I felt even better when I sold it, because unbelievable or not, Lord, I told you, I like to not be on the spotlight with my watch. I want to be under the radar. I feels good when no one recognizes my Seamaster 300. It's unbelievable, good feeling that I have. It's unique for myself. Maybe because of these other situations that I felt in danger. Some people see Rolex as an investment, and it is, because the price I sold my Explorer 2 was, the same price that I bought it before. So you don't actually lose money on the watch. Different from Breitling and all the other brands that you immediately end up losing money at retail.
I completely understand that. I mean, look, it's it doesn't have to be. Does it have to be a luxury watch, a fourth watch, or do you really need a fourth watch? That could be another question.
Well, the dial difference, it could be handy, to once you get tired a bit of the Black Bay Pro, in my case, the black dial metal bracelet, to bring up such an intense watch as the Zenith is. It's nice, it's a good switch. it's a bit expensive at retail, you know, 9,000. But
Right.
the whole experience, and once you have the guarantee and the entire, you know, history of the watch, maybe can be a good thing in the long run. You know, I've changed completely my direction of collection recently, moving to the watch
So
I have
you
right
want,
now.
again, you want something contemporary, you want something new, basically. You want
New, but the vintage look. You know, I'm so inspired by the 60s, by the early days of, you know, the Apollo missions and the Gene Clark era. All my watches always have this appeal to bring up old history of chronograph. But one thing I need to go back on Aden and say that, man, I've been to Cape Canaveral many times. I've watched about 4 launches in person. You see the rockets, the whole trajectory of the rocket going out of Earth. It's visible with your eyes, you know. And I just can say that it's so unbelievable once you're at Cape Canaveral. The atmosphere of what happened in the 60s is still there, you know. Everything that you talk with anyone about rockets and science, you know how to get out of orbit, how to do the injection thrust to go to the moon orbit. You know, those things
you.
are known by everyone, you know.
So
It's
you
not
are
a new
saying,
thing, you know.
Racing R, are you saying that I can still see the studio in Cape Canaveral where they filmed the moon landing?
Almost that. It's almost that. What is worse is that you'll be there and you'll be thinking about the Speedmaster because it's so crazy, the guys, what they did.
I'm just
Uh,
playing. I'm just playing.
Yeah, it's so crazy, you know. Even before, I tell you, an interesting thing about this space thing. Before they select astronauts, they decided to send maybe like a stunt person, you know, because they didn't know if it was gonna work. You know, it was totally the guy who went to those rockets had to
So
have such
can I
a
ask a
courage, you know.
personal can I ask a personal question as well? Because we did have at some point a plan of getting 2 vintage Navitimer 806s. I think that's shelved on your part. Am I right to understand that?
Because of the bracelet, you know. Once in California, I know how the bracelet will make the difference for the everyday wear, and maybe that's why the Zenith and the Explorer grows, you know. But still, the BlackBerry Pro is such a amazing watch and is doing its job, you know. And the Seamaster too. But Lord, I have a question to you, man, because you're the one that know more about the watch than that I know, actually, you know. What kind of a chronograph you reckon actually mark the entire genre of this speed and explorer? You know, what's the chronograph you actually contemplate as the most important ever?
I know you are more into racing now, especially since you have the Speedmaster covering. Basically, I mean that's the interesting dichotomy between the Omega Speedmaster and the Rolex Cosmograph, right? You know, whereas Speedmaster was made for racing and won the horological space race and became the moon watch, you have the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona that lost that space race and had to be named twice over, and then needed the celebrity stardust of Paul Newman to even become iconic. But now it's, you know, in the stratosphere in a certain sense, no pun intended. So I feel, you know, in a way, if this were a realistic conversation, if we could think of an environment, and that might still come at a certain point, where you could get a Daytona, you know, at or very close to retail price, I would perhaps push you towards that. If we were talking about a watch that's not, you know, 9-10K but 20, I would say wait a little and get a 16520 or 116520, you know, because those are slowly but surely dipping and becoming quite reasonable to pick up. JB just picked up a 16520 with the white dial, which I think is an amazing watch. And on the bracelet, it's amazing, but on a kind of leather strap that you are presenting your Speedmaster on, let me bring that up again. I think that's a great watch as well, a very versatile watch. But that being said, I would probably, I would like to make a case for something in the genre of perhaps neither racing nor space, kind of like an aviation related chronograph that's not an Avitimer, that's not Breitling, right? So as I mean, I'm sure you can, it was just discontinued 2018, right? I'm sure you can still find new old stock Type 20s, Breguet Type 20s in quite a decent condition. Maybe the Blancpain Air Command could be an option. I know they trade a little expensively so far, but if they dip a little bit, the one with the blue dial is quite different from what you have in the Speedmaster.
How about the Bathyscaphe chrono? If you could handle the larger case, the 43 millimeter.
That's also an interesting piece, and again, that's something that always intrigues me, right? That kind of mixing the two genres that are the most popular in sports watches, diver and chronograph. And again, the Air Command is something, and the Bathyscaphe too, that kind of fits your neo-vintage requirement, in the sense that you have a modern built watch that has lots of classical inspiration. This is the Air Command that we were looking at just yesterday. It's a flyback chronograph, classic design.
That's 43?
42 and change, 42 and a half, basically.
Isn't there a
Sorry,
smaller Air Command also?
That's 36 and a half, though. I mean, that's much smaller.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
There is a smaller one. Yeah.
Sorry, I might have to go. My friggin' son has hacked the PlayStation for the second night in a row. There's a
Hack?
parental lock to prevent him from playing beyond 9:30, but somehow when he gets to that, he's able. I think he uses the other controller for some reason, and he's able to create a second account from the login screen and log into that. I don't know what he's doing. He's 4 years old.
Oh my
and
God.
He's friggin'
These kids nowadays.
Aussie, man.
ridiculous.
He'll be a crypto billionaire before you know it.
I think that's
honestly, like
that's
he's
the funny
supposed to be
thing,
locked out.
You want to be angry at him, but you're also admiring his kind of wiliness.
Yeah. He didn't just figure out my passcode or something. He's created a separate account and he's logged into that. I'm just like, what
Good job,
the
Junior.
hell?
Good
Yeah,
job.
very, very good.
Sorry, I got to take care of this. Thank you.
Take care, Ozzy.
All right, Big Meech is back. Welcome back, man. Yeah, the problem with the Blancpain, and that actually also speaks to the question that Aden raised earlier. What brands would I like to take a new direction? That would be Blancpain. I think Blancpain should maybe consider, making watches that are more accessible to the enthusiast, especially if they are going to focus so heavily on sports watches, which they have over the years, especially after the Swatch takeover. The way that Jean-Claude Biver with his partner Piguet revived the brand was very much a complicated vision, so to speak, right? This whole slogan of "we never made a quartz watch and we never will," and they were really trying to fight against even Patek, but specifically IWC, in making complicated watches that were accessible to the widest possible group of people. But after the Swatch Group takeover, and especially since 2003, there has been quite a considerable and substantive slant towards the 50 fathoms and similar genres of watches like the bathyscaphe, like the Air Command, but they're priced at a level of, you know, high horological pieces basically, and I'm not quite sure, you know, whether you can justify that price at retail. So if you can find a deal, you know, for something that's unworn or barely worn, because again, I know you don't want to babysit, you don't want to have to go through a service, you don't want to experience any problems that would you know, make you feel cold towards the watch you just acquired. I know you had some bad experiences recently, um, but yeah, with the right deal, I think a Blancpain chronograph could be interesting, and very different from what you have, especially that Air Command with the blue dial.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like that Blancpain that you had up there, the chronograph. What size is that? Just curious.
42.5, I think. Let me see the exact size, but I think it's 42.5
They
exactly.
they are big, and I think they're a little thick, a little bit on the thick side, but proportionally correct for the diameter. But the lug spacing is like 23 or 22.
22. But
Yeah,
yeah, that's already considerable as well.
yeah. So you know they definitely, you know, it's a larger piece. I think you'd probably want like a decent sized wrist for it. But just as far as pre-owned goes, like so there's a stainless one I've been following on Chrono for a while now. It's 11.7 for the stainless version, which I think the retail on those is like, I don't know what, 16, 15 or 16. And this is a full bracelet, and it's the weird 70 X70 bracelet that they don't make anymore. It's been discontinued, which it's just really beefy and like utilitarian looking. But of course you could put a strap on it also. Um, I'm really impressed with this chronograph because it's a flyback. It has 300 meters of water resistance and a functioning bezel on it.
Yeah,
And
it
for
looks good.
Actually, it's not 300. It's actually a very bad water resistance, which is 30 meters. But other than that, you're right. It's flyback, and flyback is fun to play with. I mean, I know it from Type 20. It might be a little, you know, it might sound vain and uninteresting to people who perhaps never fiddled with it, but it's a lot of fun actually, and it can help you time like two events in close succession. So it's not too bad.
what model is that you have there that says 3 bars? Because I've seen them before with 30 atmospheres. Oh, that's the Air Command. Yeah, sorry, I was referring to the bathyscaphe. I was still
The
talking about
bathyscaphe
yeah,
is, yeah, that's a diver. That's different.
yeah. Like that's the one thing, you know, going back to like improvement with watch brands. Like there's two brands that I love, but I'm so annoyed by the fact that they just can't figure out, which is like making the Royal Oak, just the classic Royal Oak, with a higher level of water resistance. And the same thing goes for the Speedmaster. Like to me, there's a lot of you know, I love the new 57. I love the Ed White design. And it's just, you know, these companies, the amount of money that they're charging for these watches, and you know they have the technology to do this. Like for whatever reason, they just haven't said, oh, let's just make it 100 meters. And I know Omega has made 100-meter Speedmasters before, but just,
Yeah.
you know, odd variations. It's like, oh, this one happens to be 100 meters, you know, and they say, oh, you could, you know, they're swimmable and that kind of stuff. But it's, you know,
Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, it's you know, I do. I know I was asked this question, being put on the spot, you know, when the new reference of the Royal Oak came out, 16202. And really I think the architecture of the new movement is really nice, right? I think it's nice to look at. And I'm also impressed by the fact that after all those years, right, JLC 920 was designed in 1967, and they still couldn't make a movement thinner than that, right? I was impressed by that because that's still the thinnest self-winding caliber with a full rotor, right? But they produce something that's visually a little more interesting than the AP2121, which is built on JLC 920. But all they did at the end of the day on paper, on the spec sheet, is that from 40 hours, they made a 55-hour roughly power reserve, and beyond that they didn't really improve anything technical about the Royal Oak.
And by the way, what kind of dial is that?
This what we are looking at right now, bathyscaphe chronograph.
Yes.
It's like a
Sunburst, right?
charcoal sunburst, yeah, like a very dark gray.
Their dials are really, really nice. I tried on a 41 bathyscaphe non-chrono and a 38. I'm really attracted to the 38. That's like on my short list because it wears really well. And pre-owned, for a while they were hovering around 7,500, and I've seen some of the prices come down to even 65 for a piece that lists for 95. So I think it's a good buy. But yeah, just the printing, the applied hour markers and the satination and the even color and tonality. And I think on the standard bathyscaphe, the dial has a slight dome to it, because like when you move it around and you look at it, the sun ray finish is not perfectly radial. Like it looks like it kind of wraps as it goes towards the edge, and it just makes for a very interesting look at the dial, when you kind of move your wrist around.
And to be fair, again, when you look at the, for example, finishing of the 1315, which is kind of the standard self-winding movement they put into those gigantic 50 fathoms 45 millimeters, and which they actually also used in this 70th anniversary edition they just put out in 42.3. That movement actually is quite admirable, both in terms of its finishing, which I consider to be of same or even higher quality than what Patek uses for the Nautilus, right, the 324. And it's 120-hour power reserve. So again, I don't want to seem like I'm hating on Blancpain. I feel like it's just priced a little, stratospherically at list. But like St. Peter said, on the secondary market, in a way that's very similar to another Swatch Group owned brand, prestige brand, heritage brand, Breguet. These are the kinds of watches that you really want to chase down on the secondary markets. And I know Racing R is a little tired of that. He wants a little more of a pick up and wear, if not necessarily instant gratification. He doesn't want to deal with the secondary market that much, but I don't know. It could still be an option. All in all, Racing R, again, I understand your concerns, but after all this talk, I'm still stuck with 16570. I think as much as I like the chronograph and increasingly collect chronographs, even though I used to have 0 in my collection, I still feel the GMT is probably the most useful complication that we have in everyday wearer watches. And it's different enough from your Tudor Black Bay Pro, which you are enjoying, which has become your daily wearer now. It's different enough visually, even though they share the same DNA. And it wears pretty similarly. So I would consider that to be an overall a positive. My vote is still there. It hasn't changed. As much as I enjoyed all these different chronographs that we brought up, from the Zenith Chronomaster to perhaps Breguet Type 20, certainly Blancpain Air Command and Bathyscaphe, all these 3 flyback chronographs.
That's true, Lord. But one thing is that we need to wear the watches. That's the most important thing, to buy a watch and not actually end up wearing it. It's not so clever, but I see it as the collection for me. It's brilliant right now. Those three pieces. That's exactly what I need in South California. But adding the Explorer 2 white dial, it does make sense. It brings value to the collection altogether. But I'm still thinking carefully of every move that I make. I'm so happy. I recently changed the focus of my collection, so I got all brand new watches from the boutiques that are completely working fine.
Mhm.
I'm beating them, the hell of them every day, all of them, swimming with it on the sea and doing everything, all the kind of activities, because that's how I see horology. I want to bring emotions to my watch. That's how I feel. If I'm happy, it's because the watch is wearing perfectly. It's not getting in the way. It's making some scratches that doesn't bother me. Timing wise, it's timing perfectly. This to me is what's worthy of the hobby, because otherwise, if you chase the Rolex dream, the Rolex tag, it can be a trap. You cannot end up
You,
enjoying it.
maybe I can come full circle to something that I shared with Aden. And again, I'm very grateful to him. I think if he didn't jump on so early on, maybe everyone else wouldn't have. So I want to honor his question and the response I gave him earlier. Maybe, since you're so happy with your collection, and you said we will meet maybe at the end of this month, it's a good time to enjoy these three watches you have. Give it a few more weeks and maybe a month, um, and let the decision percolate in your mind while you're enjoying your Omega Speedmaster, while you're enjoying your Seamaster Professional, while you're enjoying your Tudor Black Bay Pro. You can consider these different options, and ultimately, I'll be more than happy to hash out that decision. And I do completely understand. I mean, in your case too, if I had back to back some experiences with watches that I got in the secondary market, perhaps that didn't satisfy me completely, that I couldn't wear and enjoy on a daily basis, I would have a different perspective too. But for now, um, I have no problem buying on the secondary market. On the other hand, I understand your experience. So the 5-digit Rolex is, still a, a kind of watch that you want to buy very carefully and wisely, and you want to make sure that you're getting it from the right person, knowing a little bit about the service history minimally, so you don't have to deal with anything right away.
That's true, Lord. Well, I have actually to go, right now. It was a pleasure to come up here. You helped me a lot to understand more about Zenith and the Rolex Explorer 2, the 40 millimeters one. That's how I call it. But man, thanks very much for everything, Lord. You guys are a reference. I've been watching. I remember telling you that I watched you when you stood up for Archie once during the whole trip he did for somewhere. I think I sent many super chats at the time so we could talk about my collections and about my interest, because I
I
always
remember.
learn with you. I always
I
learn with
remember.
you. You have like this very carefully way to put the subject and your opinion on, and that's really respectful, man, because it's a very sensible stream. This one, people should appreciate more. I think people end up in going to the drama and all that, but here is where you actually learn about watches. That's true, man. And thanks very much for everything that we've done in our friendship, like all the advice you gave me on watches and everything is really useful to me.
I'm grateful. I'm very grateful, and I was again. I'm very lucky to meet you, and it's been only a few months, but I feel like we go way back, because I do remember, and I will never forget the kind of support you gave me already when I was just basically manning the booth for Archie when he was in London. So I appreciate that, and I will never forget the way you supported me and the way you boosted my effort and helped me come up with different topics. And if I could help you in the process, and if I could answer a few questions, that makes me really happy. And as I was very lucky today that Aden was here, that St. Peter was here, Meech was here, Ozzy was here, and we had basically an entire panel trying to discuss it from different perspectives. So I'm very lucky to have a certain group of people around me, and I'm patient. It's if you do something well enough and if you're consistent at it, if you keep building, people will come. I believe in that. So there's no rush. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. So thank you so much, Racing R.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Racing R.
Thank you, guys. Hope to join the panel soon one day again. And I always am I'm on the streams and learning about watches. It's my main passion for a long time. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers. Take care.
Thank you, man.
Take care.
So do you guys want to reflect a little bit on what Aden was asking earlier? What's your favorite brand? And perhaps we can start with the negative end of the question, which actually Aden phrased much more, I guess, openly, in the sense like, what is that one brand that you kind of like, but you think could benefit from some improvement, some sort of reconfiguration?
Exactly. Who wants to go first?
Meech, you want to take it away?
I gotta be frank and honest with you. I think Grand Seiko just needs to stop the bullshit. All right, they're the biggest fraudulent company in the fucking watch community. It's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors. You own a Seiko Presage, you own a Seiko Prospects. Hell, fucking Lord even owns a Grand Seiko right now. Those cheap and nasty Seikos that are on those NATO straps. It's all the same bullshit. All right, the Saratsu polishing, bullshit. It's purely marketing. All they do is just polish the piss out of it, the same way Breitling does. Grand Seiko just needs to pull a stick out of their ass, realize they're a subpar company at fucking best, and just stop trying to pretend to be this, this fucking prestigious horology company. They're not. They're not. It's stupid how fucking people just eat up that shit. The bracelets aren't fucking good. The clasp are outdated. The only thing that they got going from is the fucking dials. Let's be honest here. It's fucking dog shit.
Have you ever heard of Mr. Wonderful?
Yeah.
He loves Grand Seiko.
He also loves his Rolex.
That's true. He does love his Rolex. I always wonder with these celebrities who they'll collect all the fanciest brands, but then when they get asked a serious question like, "Oh, where do you because Kevin O'Leary thinks the best value in watches is Grand Seiko. At least that's what he said in the past, couple years or whatever.
Look, I don't want to call him a delusional fantasist, but he also said that Grand Seiko is a fucking budget Patek Philippe. I mean, come on.
Oof, yikes. I don't know about that.
Look, I mean, again, I have no case for or against Kevin O'Leary. Actually, I'm quite ambivalent. But when you're at that level and you wanna show that you know a lot about something, you usually kind of do the expected things, but kind of mix in a move into that's a little unpredictable. I think that's what he's doing with Grand Seiko. I mean, the guy collects F. Pigeon and cycles through Rolexes pretty often. So I'm not sure how invested he is in Grand Seiko. Actually, I think it's a kind of reverse. It's the flex of a reverse snob in a way, like saying, "Hey, I actually know about watches," whereas he only knows what Teddy Baldassar knows because that's where he learns from. And he's quite transparent about that as well. I mean, they do videos together.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I just brought him up to, I was just trying to have a little fun with Meech there, because the
No,
guy, I mean, the guy is rich.
That's why I brought up this particular piece, right? Because Grand Seiko has put its stamp in the world of horology by winning prize after prize in these GPHG awards over the years. Most recently, they won with this Kodo Constant Force Tourbillon. So they make all sorts of products, but Meech puts it in his unique way. But some, at a certain level, Grand Seiko, I think, remains always leaves me with something to be desired. So I actually share his outlook, if not necessarily the force of his sentiment, because yes, I mean, I think they need, for a brand that prides itself so much on design, they need to come up finally with bracelets that are unique to them visually and that are utilitarian and have a quick adjustment clasp, maybe some sort of quick exchange system, something that provides additional value, because the prices are at that level where you would expect such things.
There was a period of time when I was like, oh man, maybe I'll get a Grand Seiko, right? Like before I bought the Datejust, certainly well before I got the car. And then I just realized now, like man, they are so far down on my list. There's just so many watches I would much rather have other than a Grand Seiko. And
but
the
it's about the mystique a little bit too, that Grand Seiko is really a Grand Seiko. I mean, it's like at some level our minds never get over that mental block that this is just an embellished Seiko.
I wonder about that. I don't know if I get hung up on that as much as the design, like the way that they look, what their price point is, and a lot of the points that Meech mentioned, the issues with the bracelet, I think are very, very legitimate at that price point. Like, the Oyster bracelet and just the Rolex clasps in general, they set the standards so high, because it's such a simple design that's just been refined and just improved over and over and over all the decades, that it's, after you try one on, like you just try on a bracelet that's not as good, and it really is just, it's just not impressive, for that kind of money. I actually feel like the more dressy Grand Seikos on the straps, like those speak to me more than the ones that are trying to be more like a sports watch.
I agree, but then most of those, unlike this, for example, which is a limited edition, but most of those I feel are too big, and they were too big. Like they are like 40 millimeters, and we're like they're 42. So I don't get the genre, right? Because
Super chat.
Oh, wow, Nick Butter, thank you, man. Aden, yeah. Love you, man. Because I missed. I mean, I haven't been even a subscriber of those channels for a while now, so I missed this side of the Archieverse. Nick Butter, $10. Hi all, nice panel tonight. I appreciate it so much, Nick. You and the panel. What do you think about Hublot? I just purchased my first real proper watch, the Big Bang Original 44 millimeter. Wanna bet to pay for most of it? Okay. All right.
So what do you guys think about was he asking the Hublot?
Yeah, but can I just finish that thought? Yes, Grand Seiko dress watches I also like on the leather strap, but a lot of them are quite thin, but rather big, at least for what I expect from classically styled dress watches. So I don't know. Again, I feel like the way Aiden phrased it, I will return back to that. We are not just trying to talk shit about a certain brand. We are talking about
We
the
are.
kind of brand. we, are, we are talking about the kind of brand, that we feel a little bit warmly towards, but that leaves something to be desired. And I think Grand Seiko fits that bill so well because there's so much that I like and that I want to get behind. Pause. Uh, but I just can't bring myself to do it.
The company needs an enema. That's what it needs. Just needs refreshing.
As much as I like
detox. I'll say then maybe need a detox, but
as much as I like the poop hole loophole, I will try to pass in silence over that comment. My friend, what do you think about Hublot? Meech, what's your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really like Nico, where he loses his shit when he hears the word Hublot. Like personally, I don't really find Hublot that interesting. I think they're just a poor man's Richard Mille. I don't think I'd ever buy one. And then they're just not well received. They're like the Tag Heuers of the mid-range luxury market. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, you'll buy them. But if you even know like a small fraction of watches, you'll fucking avoid them for the most part.
Aiden, what do you think about Hublot?
About the brand in general, or the one that he is mentioning?
Either way, you can address the question either way you like.
As far as Hublot, to be honest, I don't have any experience with Hublot whatsoever. So I can't really have a super strong opinion into actually like seeing them in the metal. But as far as Hublot as a brand, I mean, they're not really as well respected as say Rolex or Omega, I think, but they're a huge brand and people know of them. So I don't know. I think we should pull up what he has there. Give him some value, and I'm interested to see what it is.
Okay, I'll pull it up
as
while St. Peter is talking about his opinion about.
I really like the very high end Hublot. Like I like the crazy sapphire, like tourbillon, double tourbillon, like just the insane Hublot stuff that's like in the stratosphere. Not because I think it's a good value, just because of what it is as these highly fabricated objects. I like what they do with gem setting. They do a lot of like fully encrusted gem set pieces. They do a lot of like rainbow sapphire stone setting, which I like. But they don't, like, when you look at their rainbow, like they have like this insane, like I think it's a tourbillon that has like full rainbow, not just on the bezel but literally the entire case and bracelet. So it, like, the whole rainbow transition wraps around and like that to me is just like the fact that they make that. I think is really cool. But the way that they grade the color variation between the stones is nowhere near as refined as the way a company like Rolex does it. Like when you look at a rainbow Daytona bezel and you compare that to some other cheaper rainbow watches out there, when you really start to look at how they transition from one stone to the next, it's subpar. And I honestly, I'm not really attracted to like Hublot design ethos and language all that much, so I've just never really gotten into the brand on that level. The first one that I tried on was this guy that I know who basically from New York, who's like has some illegitimate businesses, let's say, and he also has like full gold Rolex day dates, and I think he had a platinum one at one point in time. And I was just hanging out with him at a party and being a watch geek, I was like, oh, like, cool. That's cool Hublot, You know, it was like, I think it was the same watch as this, only it was rose gold. And he took it off and he was like, "Oh yeah, check it out." And you know, you could really feel the weight of the gold, and it was nice. It had a rubber strap. Like I tried it on, like it looked cool, and it just kind of made sense for me for like the type of person he was. You know,
Mhm.
this guy like from the streets of New York who like ground his way up to having some cash. You know, and he just wanted this flashy, heavy gold watch. And to me, like that kind of made sense. Like it totally worked with his style, you know. And I kind of got it. I was like, oh, that's, you know, that's kind of cool. And I asked him, I was like, oh, do you use the chronograph? And he had no idea what I was talking about. Like he was like the kind of guy, he just put the watch on and wore it. And I think someone told him like, oh, Hublots are cool, or they had them in the jewelry store when he was there, and they put them in front of him, and you know, he picked it up, and it kind of worked with his style.
I think, you know, I share basically parts of both of your opinions, Aiden and St. Peter. To me, I don't feel so strongly about Hublot to express anything truly positive or negative about them. Whenever I went to their boutique or whenever I tried on a Hublot watch in any other context, they always left me with this feeling, nah, you know, I mean, it's fine, but you know what? So what's the big deal, right? You know, especially the price tag. And the reason the price tag gives me a little bit of rise, even though again I don't feel that strongly about it, is because of the ubiquity of their marketing, right? At some point, it has dialed down a little bit from that time. I think that was maybe partly Biver's effect, Jean-Claude Biver's effect. But they were putting those watches on everyone's wrist. Like every major football player had a Hublot on their wrist. Every major boxer, the WBC president, etc., they had an Hublot on their wrist. Um, and that kind of notoriety exhausts the average disinterested ambivalent person, which was exactly the position that I was occupying. So as much as I, you know, as much as I want to articulate something strong and substantial, Hublot is exactly the kind of brand that I just don't care much about. So I don't have much of anything to say. Again, I think the design is derivative. I know over the range there are a lot of pieces that are built on run-of-the-mill generic calibers, ETA, nowhere near deserving of the price point that they are sold for on the retail market, on the MSRP level. But other than that, hey, it's it's, if you can get a good deal on it and if it's your style of a watch, by all means, man. I mean, it can be cool. I always love watches on a rubber bracelet, especially the way you described it, St. Peter, right? I always love that contrast between like precious metal and rubber band. I think that's a very interesting play of textures, very interesting interplay between different kinds of matter. I enjoy that, but beyond that, it leaves me a little bit uninspired.
When they first released I'm taking a look at the Samuel Ross Tourbillon,
Mhm.
which when it first came out, I was like, oh my God, that thing is so over the top. Like it just seemed like horrendous to me. But I think Adrian, Bark and Jack Adrian, like had this in hand, and he took a photograph. I'm pretty sure it was him or another one of the the YouTube guys that take pretty good photographs, and he was like, actually, this is pretty good. Like it was like a macro shot, and you could see all the detail of all the little nooks
Mhm.
and crannies in it. And I mean, listen, it's incredibly audacious, but this design actually has grown on me. Like I actually think because of how wild of an object this is, like I've become more and more attracted to it. I mean, of course, at this price point and considering my position and purchasing power, if I ever got to this level, I wouldn't be going anywhere near this. You know, I'd be getting Long and Patek and that kind of stuff. But you know,
Yeah, six
but
digit. I mean, 6 digit is a lot. Yeah.
it's just such a crazy design, you know. And I think there's some interesting manufacturing technology in this. I mean, I haven't really looked into it all that much, but you know, it's one of those things where it was like too ugly for me to appreciate it at the beginning, and then I think I've kind of grown to like how ugly it is in its own way.
All right. So this is Samuel Ross. All right.
So yeah, guys, let's so Meech, Big Papa Meech, he let us know what brand that he didn't like or a brand he thought that needed a little work or they could change some things. So let's go to the next person if you guys if we can do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Same Peter, what would be that one brand that you do feel strongly about, positively or negatively, but you would have an entire agenda, a new trajectory, or maybe a few little cosmetic changes here and there that would put it on the right track?
I agree with most of what you said with Blancpain earlier. You know, I'm a really big fan of the brand, but not in terms of like I like so many pieces from the catalog. There's certain pieces that I like a lot. You know, the bathyscaphe that I mentioned before. I just keep thinking about it over and over and over again, and so that makes me want to like the brand more because there's certain things in the catalog. I like a lot of the 50 fathoms stuff, like when they don't go above 42, and especially if they're in like the 40 range, like the Barracuda, the mil-spec stuff, the Hodinkee. Like I really like all that kind of diver stuff, and I actually think some of the dress pieces are are exceptional. You know, they have this it's like a tourbillon that has it has a jump hour and a retrograde minute, a counter on it, and I think it's just really beautiful and cool looking. And then they've got a bunch of stuff in the catalog that are dress watches that have complications that I just do not care about at all. You know, so I really wish that I don't know. I wish they made some stuff that was more crowd pleaser like in their catalog, because I think it would help the brand. I think the pricing, as you mentioned before, does need to be addressed because when you're a company whose product is it just immediately is losing value once it walks out of the store. I think that's an issue that brands need to seriously address. Now, you know, considering the current economic situation, I think we can make exceptions for a lot of what's happening with just any pre-owned watch prices right now from any of these brands. But you know, this has been a trend for that company for a while. Although I do want to mention that it took me a while. Like I didn't really know what brand I wanted to choose, but I was thinking about this question for a while. And I actually think the one for me is Omega more than anything
Okay.
because
Tell us more.
so Omega, I think they I think they have some core designs that are good. And then I think they have some that just lack refinement, like in the general design. You know, I think there's some embellishments on some of their watches that just, you know, they make them distinct, but they also make it like a slightly hard pill to swallow in some cases. I also think they have way too many variations. The catalog's just too big. They have the issue with value retention. You know, they're high quality pieces. I know the on paper they're great, but you know, the standards are high today, and oftentimes Omega is considered this, you know, especially in the hobby, the collector's space, consider to be, oh, they're just as good as Rolex kind of thing. You hear people say that, or hear people say Omega's better than Rolex. And I just, I don't want to always have to use Rolex as the gold standard, but in this case, I'm going to. I just don't think they're as good. Like, they don't have as many highly coveted, iconic pieces in their catalog, and I think they could if they changed their approach a little bit. And I think they could do it in a way that's unique to their brand, like, and not necessarily just like what they did with like the Aquaterras, where they're like, oh, let's release a bunch of Aquaterras that have bright colored dials that when they release, everyone's like, these are just like the OPs, and like they're kind of their own kind of thing. But to me, that just seemed like a very easy, it just was obvious to me. Now, whether or not they were looking at the success that Rolex had with the Oyster Perpetuals, who knows? But like, they definitely didn't release those before the OPs came out, and it just seemed like they were kind of riding that same wave.
They haven't even been released yet, though. They're going to release this upcoming year.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? The ones they
do.
launched like a year ago haven't even come out yet?
Yeah,
That's my
no.
understanding,
So
yeah.
production issues is kind of the general theme here. But yeah, no. I've talked to several Omega reps, and they said, yeah, we're not going to get them until spring of this year.
Yeah, the Aquaterra and the Ultra Deep have not landed. Rolex announced the challenge and released it basically the same week, so just completely owning them. But yeah, I do cringe a lot when I hear the direct comparison, especially when people start talking about value, because the quality aspect I think is correct as well. But then when you combine that with value, and yes, some of the MSRPs are lower, but a lot of them are still way higher than the actual value of the watch, in my opinion. Like, yeah, there's a lot to be said. I think Tudor's a more fitting sparring partner at the moment, and clearly Omega's prices are way higher than Tudor's prices.
I've always said that Omega's a brand that you've been rejected by Rolex. They don't want you in their boutique. Get the hell out. And you go to Omega because you got enough money that you don't have to be demoted down to the Tudors. So I think Omega is that perfect middleman.
Now,
Yeah, I always hear like the same thing with Omega, where people are like, oh, they make too many models. It's like they just made more choices. Like, if you don't like it, you don't have to buy that model. I hear that all the
Yeah,
time.
but it tanks the resale value. And when you have 20 different Seamasters in less than 5 years, you buy there's no point in buying a brand new Seamaster.
Yeah, and it
because
may
you're just
be,
going to
and
lose
then
all your money.
if it does tank, well, you could just buy it secondhand and like, wow, I got it, half off of retail. This is great. I don't see a problem with that either. But
yeah, but it's not great when you start doing it to your precious metal line. When you got or like the Snoopy line, you got 20 different Snoopies in the catalog. It doesn't make it special anymore. It's not luxury to last.
And I'm hearing about a new Ed White. I'm bewildered.
A new Ed White already?
Yeah, January 26th. There's a new teaser. I don't know if you saw it, but
no, they're just huge. No, how do you get Ed White out of a teaser from a fucking coil spring?
There's the Ed White anniversary, correct, coming up.
Exactly.
I think I think they're just gonna make a lyre lug 42 millimeter case version of it. That's what I fear, and it's again, if that's the case, when they already are delivering these models in such a sparing manner, and I know they have good reasons for it, I know they have some sort of justification, but yeah, I mean, the 321 is such a great watch. I wish they gave it the proper due rather than already starting to multiply it. And I do understand what Aden is saying, but really, it's not helping. It's not. Sometimes too much choice is too much choice. I will say this, Aden, from someone who came to this country, when I was already in my late teens. And to this day, I'm always traumatized in an American supermarket and an American grocery store. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, why do I have to choose between a dozen different uh, breakfast cereals? Umpteen number of uh, sugary drinks and this and that. Why can't it be just one or two
But
things
but
that
but,
that
but I
can
think
help?
I think yeah, like too
Oh,
much choice is really really bad. I mean, you take it to
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
extreme, like Tag Heuer, and like there's some good watches in Tag Heuer, but we'll actually ignore all the good ones because they're surrounded by trash.
I mean, I think that's the problem with Omega for me. You know, when I go to the website, I'm just like, well, for starters, the website sucks. The interface is horrible. And I mean, I heard this. I don't know if this has been confirmed anywhere. I think You're Terrific said it's official. I talked to someone, they discontinued the Ploprof, but like it's still on the website, and I don't know what's. And I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah, Omega does that.
Yeah,
Omega
Omega
does that
never
very
removed.
frequently.
Yeah, Omega never removes anything from their website, which
eh,
makes
eh,
it very
but
confusing.
but I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, this is like literally the Ploprof because of how wild the design is. Like just how out there it is. Like it was the watch for me forever. When I first looked at it, I was like, oh my God, look at that B. Like, look at that thing. Like that's a joke. And then it has come to be, this is like my favorite Omega. Like I realize like, I'm not going to be in the market because of my personal situation for another piece for a while probably, but like if I go for an Omega, like that's going to be the first one I go for because I love how crazy of a watch it is. Like I love that it's a super serious diver. It has this weird asymmetrical case.
Yeah.
It's like wider than it is long. Like there's like all this stuff about it. Like I saw photographs of like women wearing it and like they could pull it off because like the lug to lug on it is actually not that long, and the way that the bracelet works on it, it's like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think anyone can pull off the Ploprof because it is such an original and absurd design that it doesn't matter whether it fits your wrist or not. I think it's that kind of thing. Don't come to me with lug to lug on Ploprof. It is an absolute unit.
no, but it's not as, considering how wide it is, like it's super wide. But
Right.
the distance from the anyway, listen, I haven't even tried one on. I've just seen
Oh no?
photos. No, I've never tried one on. But I've
You should. I
seen.
mean, it's wearable again, but it's because it's like I tried, for example, the Seiko boutique edition, Grand Seiko boutique edition, 47 millimeter one they had with the waffle dial, etc. And sits nicely on the wrist, but it is still a 47 millimeter watch. So Ploprof is like that too. Yeah, it sits nicely on the wrist, but it is. I mean, it's a huge piece. Um, Wait, I'm trying to find the Agnelli picture with his
Oh yeah, he
absurd.
he wore it. He wore it over the cuff, right?
Yeah, I can't find the over the cuff picture, but I did find on my Instagram one of his. Please hit the like button, by the way, guys, as you're listening to the stream. It really does help. So it does sit nicely on the wrist, but it's a big piece.
Well, anyway, that's the one. That's the Omega for me, and it's because it is. I believe it has evolved, but it has stayed incredibly true to its original design. And it's not really like a reissue. It's just like it is the modern version of what it's always been, as it's slowly evolved over time. And if they discontinue that, to me, it's just incredibly disappointing because it stands out as this kind of like just really like completely different thing in the catalog than anything else, and I feel like with a Swatch Group company where like you have this massive financial backing, like you should at least keep those super heritage pieces,
Ah,
even if they're super limited, just keep them in there. Oh yeah, there you go, that's wild.
if you if you match
With
it,
those shades.
if you combine it with those shades, I think you can wear it. This was my lame attempt at making a meme, which of course didn't catch on. But it was basically, the premise was, I think when I put a watch over the cuff of my dress shirt, I feel like, $1 million, just like Agnelli in the boardroom. But what I actually look like is the kind of clown Agnelli was in his personal life, as you can see here. But yeah, I mean, Ploprof is a statement. It's really a different kind of a beast. So
I feel like that's the kind of watch that you can wear with like jeans and t-shirt, and because of how many weird chunky smartwatches and G-Shock type things, like just like you could be wearing like this really high-end luxury piece around, going back to the racing art conversation before. It's like who the hell is gonna, I mean, do you think spotters are looking for Ploprofs, like looking to snatch Ploprofs? I feel like it's like you could just wear it around with like jeans and t-shirt and like have like this just incredibly hardcore thing that I've heard stories about. I think it was actually I can't remember who it was. It may have been the You're Terrific guy, just talking about this experience of wearing it, or was someone in an interview, like a Talking Watches type interview or something, where he talked about this experience of just like completely non-watch people commenting on it, and like wearing it around. He got this joy and satisfaction out of the experience of wearing it, because people are like, what is up with that watch? Like people who normally wouldn't comment on a more standard or kind of classic looking watch, they end up engaging with them because of that. So it becomes kind of like a conversation starter.
You think you'd get the experience like that if you wore the Deep Sea Challenge?
I don't know, man. I feel like that thing is just so, it's just so extreme, and it looks like a sea dweller that's just taken. It's like the Liver King version of a sea dweller.
So yeah, I think we should hear from Aussie next. We should see what brand that he thinks could use some work or just completely sucks.
If I may say one thing before we move on to that, that's the thing with some, like with an original design like Ploprof, and even like John D says, like the AP Millenary, which I will show in a second. It's like an egg-shaped oval design that sits horizontally on the wrist, right? So when you have something like that, that's perhaps big, like it or hate it, it's a kind of statement. Whereas the Sea Dweller at that size, I think it really belongs to a nice collector's case. It's something to display more than wear, unless you are, wearing it around your neck or something. With the swagger of a rapper, maybe that could be cool. But
Yeah. It's the ironic, it's like, why don't they just sell the watches to people who will actually wear them? And this is one. It's like, I hope you don't sell that to anyone that will actually wear it.
Right. I mean, a huge person could pull it off, and they're definitely out there. So, but just being huge and then buying that specific watch, to me, it seems a little odd. I love the Millenaries, by the way. I know,
me too.
These are divisive, but I really, really love these things.
Yeah, I'd second Omega as being a watch brand that I think could be just doing a lot better. And they were, honestly, just last year's releases were just so disappointing from my perspective that it just felt like Omega clearly think of themselves less than their fans do, in that they just did so many, around that Watches and Wonders time. I know they don't present at Watches and Wonders, but they just did release after release after release of all of these also ran Rolex watches, which is sort of like, even Tudor's trying to sort of stray away from being the second option to Rolex, but clearly Omega just leaned into that, and it's like you were kind of doing something really good. You had good release after good release for like 2 years straight, and then you have this whole bunch of like the Aquaterras and the Ultra Deep, which is clearly a challenge, counterpart. It just, not, and then all the prices. They did what Seiko did, after about 2018, where they just discontinued everything of value, and then all the new price points are 20% higher, and there's no extra real value there. Right? Yeah, I very much dislike Omega at the moment.
Ooh, Omega haters.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Yeah.
we're a bunch of Rolex fanboys anyway, so we are not helping with that image at all.
Well, I mean, I get some aspect of it, but in terms of like, okay, you can't get Rolex anyway. Ultimately, I don't think that's true, and hopefully this year, a lot of people get the watch they want. But yeah, I mean, this is what Omega's trying to do on purpose. Like, I don't actually think Rolex is doing what they're doing on purpose, but Omega is now like, there's no reason the Speedy 50th anniversary or the 60th anniversary Bond watch should be exclusive. Like, they don't have better movements than their mainstream counterparts. They're not constructed of
It
anything.
shouldn't be 10 grand either, Ozzy. I don't give a shit if it's a limited edition toy or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
it looks like something from a Happy Meal anyways. It shouldn't be 10 grand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you do have to
Sans
hand it
bracelet.
to Omega though, where they came out with the Moon Swatch. I mean, what kind of company is going to come out with, a $10 plastic piece of garbage, get a bunch of hype going on, sell tons of them, and they're going way over, and they were going way over retail. It's insane. It's almost like the Moon conversation we were having earlier.
Yeah, I mean, in the short term, it's undeniable. I mean, they have certainly left their mark in 2022. Again, I think we are yet to reckon with the actual consequences, with the long-term aftermath of that situation, and how much they're actually going to benefit from the Moon Swatch, and how much they may yet suffer. It has certainly helped and will help Swatch in the long term. I'm not sure about how the Moon Swatch, if at all, helped Omega and the Speedmaster in terms of the long-term relevance and importance and legitimacy of it as a true icon. Because I mean, the product itself is very low quality. It's not long lasting, and there's no guarantee that people will just habitually or automatically upgrade when these expire to Omega Speedmaster proper. I don't buy that argument at all.
Yeah, their January 26 release is actually going to be an Ed White Moon Swatch.
Can you imagine that?
Are you sure, or are you just trolling? Are you just trolling? Please.
Imagine Watch Internet's response to that, man. I mean, Omega would never, ever hear the end of it.
It'd sell like hotcakes. Hey guys, you know who Ed White was? There's an Ed White Moon Swatch.
Oh my god! Like the issue with the Moon Swatch for me is like, I thought about getting one for a while over the holiday season and just before. I think it was just after. It was like mid-December, so just before Christmas. The Swatch store in Grand Central had 4 models available. I went in there once in October. They're like, nope, 0, nothing here. And then I went in there and they had 4 models available, and they actually had the Mission to Mars, which was one of the ones I had. I always wanted the Mercury just because of the color scheme. And then I thought I wanted the Mars because I started seeing it paired with those Horus red, either red, full red, or full white straps that just completely change the look of the watch. Like it turns it either into this like candy cane looking thing or this full red, just crazy looking thing. And I got kind of into that for a while, and I was like, oh, I'll get one of the Mars ones. And then the Jupiter with a tan strap, or like a tan NATO and like a similar color to the case, started to like, and then I started gravitating towards that. So I pretty much have told myself, like, okay, if I'm walking by a Swatch store, maybe I'll pop in there. If they have the Mercury, that was the one that first spoke to me, pick it up. Maybe if they have a Jupiter, try it, try it on if I can, think about it. But my fear with that thing, and it's just because like I really value quality and longevity and heirloom quality, especially objects. Like the knife makers who I was talking about before. A normal person would never spend that much money on a knife. But I do believe that these are heirloom quality objects that can be used and loved for years and passed down potentially through multiple generations if they're maintained properly. And okay, is a $250 watch supposed to do that? No, it isn't. But it's also like a cheap version of an heirloom quality watch, right? So like I think it's going to start feeling more like a knockoff as time goes on. That's just my guess.
I do have the Mercury, and it's a crummy watch. It's a crummy watch. there's no real. There's no real. I haven't really been tempted to put a strap on it, even though it would improve its wearability. I'm not displeased with the Velcro strap. It would improve its wearability. I just don't want to spend any more money on it. I don't actually want to wear it.
Yeah, why would you ever want to wear one of those? That's the other thing.
I don't know. Wayco started making a whole series of these, like, what watch to wear if you don't want to get robbed, even as he wears Richard Milles everywhere himself. I don't know if he himself walks around with security detail or what. Not my business, anyways. Honestly, I feel for a while it was cool, perhaps, for people who actually appreciated the Moonswatch. And I feel, Fratello is still pushing it pretty heavily. But then again, can they afford to say anything negative about it? One thing that I want to articulate over time, I'm not going to squeeze it into this show because I have this wonderful panel, so I don't want to take too much space or too much time. But one thing that we have in terms of conundrum with this new media universe, so much of it depends on personal connections and access that they can never tell you what they really think. They can never say anything negative about these brands that fly them to Geneva. Why not? Jacob and Co flew them to fucking Sicily for an entire week, gave them a vacation. Do you think they can actually tell you what they think about the music box on the wrist kind of joke they made for what is a mafia movie? And you made a toy watch that costs $500,000,
Man,
and you're presenting that as a horological revelation. Are you fucking kidding me?
that thing is ooh, it's really hard for me to swallow that pill.
Yeah, I mean, it again, I don't want to take too much space or time with this, but that's the thing. People push the Moonswatch. I know John D feels very strongly about it because he's also he feels very strongly about Omega, period, in the same way that I feel so strongly about Rolex. So don't take it the wrong way, John. But I think, yeah, over time will, I think, prove Moonswatch to be a big flop. And I say that without any hope that it would be so, but I think it's as when I saw that as part of the entire set of releases going into Watches and Wonders, that seemed to be cribbing different aspects of the Rolex catalog. To me, it was just a sign of really bad things to come for Omega. I hope I'm wrong, but the trajectory indicates that it's not. Again, the industry owes so much to the Hayek family. Let's put that out there, right? If it weren't for Swatch Group, the Swiss watch industry would not have survived, or would not have survived in the same way. So by all means, but that doesn't make them immune to any sort of criticism, right? I think we need to find a certain balance. Again, I have a lot of respect for the Swatch Group and Omega, but they are not, they shouldn't be held at this pedestal where everything they do is right, and whatever they say we have to believe. If they are saying, oh, we make more money off Speedmasters than we ever did, well,
Sorry,
you have
yeah.
increased the prices so immensely, like 6 times in the last year.
Yeah,
Of
it's
course you
crazy.
make more money. Anyway.
Going back to your comment though that you made about just the industry and how there needs to be a lot of patting each other on the back. That's a really tough one, right? Because I think that goes for across a lot of different industries. And I think it's this kind of I don't really know how to describe it. As an artist, and as someone who is very critical of a lot of different things, I feel like critique, going through the experience of having to like have your work critiqued, um, as part of your training and getting familiar with it and understanding that it's fair, like, no matter what, it's always someone's opinion. Don't take it personally. If you've done something good, that's what matters. Like, stay true to your vision, be uncompromising. That's what makes a good artist, in my opinion. And I think in the industry, in the watch industry, I think there could be more frank conversations about that kind of stuff. But I also think that, it's a decorum thing when these individuals have to interact with each other in person. They're trying to be friendly, and they're trying to, instead of saying, wow, that really is just not my taste, or it just I just don't like the way it looks, but it's amazing what you did technically, right? Like, to
Right.
me, like, I feel like that's an honest critique. Like, it is amazing what they've done technically, but it is a caricature, and in a way, like, that specific piece it is kind of a joke to me, especially because of how insanely expensive it is,
Yeah, I mean, again, that specific piece was a very particular kind of example. But again, I'm not saying, look, not everyone has to be the kind of asshole that I am. So I'm not expecting them to break decorum. But you don't have to. You do realize, Saint Peter, you don't have to take a free trip to Sicily just
Right.
because they offer you, right?
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
so that it's a different thing. If they were at an industry meeting, let's say what Basel Fair used to be, or what the Watches and Wonders is now, and they were doing an interview there, and like you said, they were just trying to be honest and friendly, etc. That's one thing. But to take a free trip and then talk about how this is really like the beginning of a new generation of watchmaking, because, like, the younger son is taking up the baton. I mean, spare me the bullshit.
Well,
That has nothing to do with
what
decorum. That's just writing. That's just writing advertorials because you are paid.
Well,
That's what it is.
Way has been pushing that whole the new generation of watchmaking thing. And, I have very strong opinions about nepotism in general. That I just think, you and I, we spoke about this, privately a little bit. And I mean, I think it's great that a lot of people are following in the footsteps, and keeping the brands and everything going alive. But it seems to be getting, it seems like a lot of the new generation who have been essentially born and bred into becoming these massive industry players.
But what I don't get is, like, of all people they could consider, like, I mean, look at Daniela Dufour, for example.
Right.
she's not a CEO. She actually got trained as a
Yeah,
serious
she's a watchmaker.
watchmaker,
Yeah.
and she is preparing to take over from her father in a real way. Like it's
I
not
couldn't
just
agree more.
inheriting.
That's the way to
It's
do
not
it.
just inheriting your father's business, but all the people that they consider at the expense of someone like Daniela Dufour are just, maybe they have gotten an MBA degree from a fancy school, but that's about the reach of their accomplishment. Other than that, they have no experience. They have absolutely zero knowledge. They just have the last name. So we can tolerate them. We can understand their existence, but we don't have to grease them up and pump them up in this way uncritically as the next generation of watch leadership. I mean, spare me the bullshit again. I will repeat just that same phrase. It's
Right,
too
right.
much.
And again, like I do think that the accumulated wealth over the generations, this idea of like original or like primitive accumulation, how it builds specifically with nepotism, inheritances, and all this kind of stuff. Like to me, these are totally relevant things to talk about, in an era of extreme inequality. And if people are going to, on the one hand, try to act like they care about diversity, just to make it seem like they're woke but not actually really care, that's what's hard for me to
Right.
it's hard, it's a hard pill for me to swallow, especially because we're talking about already a super elite class with some of this kind of stuff too. But I think a big part of it is like, this is just classic. I mean, this is like schmoozing, right? Like this is kind of, I feel like this is how it works in a lot of different industries.
All right, Aiden, do you wanna hear what brand I feel strongly about, and that I would advise change tracks a little bit?
Yeah, definitely want to hear.
For me, I think it's Breguet, and I'm sorry. Like, it seems like we are piling on the Swatch Group again. We talked about Omega. Blancpain was the topic of conversation before, and Breguet is now. But I think, to me, I would, in a way, when I survey the entire field of independent watchmakers today, I see so many of the aesthetic codes, so many of the aspects of the design language that Daniel Roth and, to a certain extent, Michel Parmigiani put in place in their revival of Breguet at a certain point in time, under the patronage of the Chomet brothers. And I think Breguet is, clearly very important for its historical significance, its 19th century inventions, of Abraham Louis Breguet. Absolutely, but it's also important in terms of its more recent history, in how we started really visually appreciating what is a high horological wristwatch. So it's not only important in terms of being one of the most esteemed and longest lasting establishments, longest lasting manufacturers. It's also important because, just the what was put in place in the 70s and 80s by Breguet means so much to how we look at luxury watches today. And I feel that is getting lost in the noise a little bit. That is getting a little bit wasted for a lack of focus. I know they have been trying to put in place a different kind of sports watch with the Marine, but it's a different kind of sports watch for them. Because ultimately they were trying to put out a product there that would try to rival, or really that would really try to ride on the wave of that luxury sports watch genre that genuinely took off in the last 5 years, and they completely forgot, and in fact entirely discontinued Type 20, which was in fact the watch that they genuinely have a stake in, that belongs to their heritage, that also was in fact what allowed them to survive and make it to the Swatch Group ownership. I mean, if it weren't for the Type 20 in the 90s, right after the Chomet brothers got exposed for whatever else they were doing, and the company was almost getting lost. If it weren't for the Type 20 revival, I'm not sure if they would have survived and how they would have survived in the first place. So I would have, I would want to convince one of the independent watchmakers, in the same way that, Kari Voutilainen is taking over Orban Jorgensen, for example. Maybe you could convince one of the independents to at least do part of their work under an established brand like Breguet, and help revive it, both from this genuine high horological perspective, and also have a line of products that iterates and interprets the Type 20 and some of the unique dive watches they were doing, by the way, in the 60s especially, that crop up in the auction circuit once every so often, and that gets people genuinely excited. But they don't make them anymore at all. I mean, I will just show a few pieces here that I posted on my Instagram some months back. But there's so much in the Breguet archive that is just lying dormant, and something unique could be done to it, both in terms of the high horological dress watch that was basically definitive, right? It literally influenced everyone. Daniel Roth, Michel Parmigiani, who were at any rate the ones who interpreted it for the wristwatch. And of course, after them, Kari Voutilainen himself, uh, you know, uh, basically every kind of, I mean, George Daniels, who wrote the book on the art of Breguet, right, was clearly influenced by it. F.P. Jean, Roger Smith, of course, being Dr. George Daniels's protege. Anyway, so I feel like it's so important, and it should do something, Breguet should do something more than subsidizing the rent. I mean, we are going in too Marxist of a direction, I think, for for our audience. So St. Peter and I managed to egg each other on, but I was just gonna say Breguet should do more than subsidize Emmanuel Breguet's upkeep for his Parisian Hôtel Particulier, and do something for the horological nerds out there. I would really appreciate that. They have the street cred with these sorts of sports models, as well as, of course, the iconic Type 20, and certainly their interpretation of what artful, technical, and beautiful dress watch is, has been definitive for this era of independence. I'm sure you could convince one of them to come on board, just as Daniel Roth did at a certain point in time, and make something much more interesting from the brand, rather than being one of the 17 companies that the Swatch Group owns.
Yeah, I like a lot of the current Breguet catalog quite a bit, but that same, just the same issue of the, the value retention, pre-owned price thing. It just makes it really tough, right? When you see what it costs, like I think some of the tradition models that retail for close to 30,000, they're trading for half that, or 60% of it. And it's just a shame, when that happens. It just makes you wonder, like, are the people who are buying these things, are they so wealthy that it just completely doesn't matter what it, like, once they own the object, that it just doesn't matter anymore? Do they just love it so much that it doesn't matter, or some other reason that I can't think of? But to me, it would be very difficult to put myself in that kind of position where it's like, I know this thing, potentially, like, I'm never going to be able to get back half of the value of this object if I had to get out of it for some reason.
Yeah, like I was saying before, like you could just pick it up on the secondhand market, find one that's in great condition, and enjoy the discount.
As I did again, we were fantasizing with your help, Aiden. If we were given the opportunity, I think, same thing with Gégé Lecoutre, right? I appreciate the fact that I can get some of my favorite watches, as I did the Breguet Type 20, as I did with the Reverso Grand Date, like half off or maybe 60% off. That's good for me as a buyer. But as an enthusiast, I do feel like there's something missing there. There's something that could be made much more interesting, much more appealing to a wider audience, much stronger perhaps in the way of highlighting what it actually means beyond the proper name to watchmaking today.
I'm very attracted to Breguet pre-owned, and I'm not opposed to it at all. I was just kind of talking about, this idea of like how the brands currently, how they market themselves, and how they try to bring that value up. Because, like, clearly people are in this industry are paying way over list for so many different brands that are just these highly coveted things. And it I don't know why they don't have the type of value retention that I would expect them to, because of how much I'm attracted to their designs and their creations. Like, to me, it surprises me to see how much of a good value they are on the pre-owned market. I mean, I don't know how many pieces does Breguet make a year? They're not making that many watches, right?
Oh no, not much. I think it's probably like somewhere in the 20,000s. I want to say.
Yeah, that's a decent amount. I mean, AP's at what, 45 now, 40 or 50.
Yeah, I think it should be around 20,000. Somewhere between 15 to 20,000 would be. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with going with some of these brands, I hate to say just other than Rolex, but once you want to go and sell it, I mean, everybody buys a watch, right? And they're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to keep this watch forever. It's great. And, never, ever going to sell it. Boom. 6 months later. Oh man, I want to sell it. I want this other watch. So they're trying to get out of that one and then get the next one. And whenever you go for some of these lesser known brands, I'm not saying that Breguet is a lesser known brand, but they're not as popular as, say, Rolex, right? So they're harder to get out of. You go to sell it, it can take longer. You might have to drop the price more. So, I mean, unless you got it at a really good price, you can take some big hits on that. So, and a lot of people aren't patient. You have to be patient if you're going to try to get a little more money than just doing a quick sale. So,
I mean, especially when people in general are just not spending that much, then you're doubly screwed.
I wanna also bring up, John D had sent me already a few months ago, again during one of the live streams, his beautiful previous generation Breguet Marine, reference 5817, if I'm not mistaken. This is the yellow gold version. It's an amazing watch, and
That thing is sweet.
I love the way he combined it with matching cufflinks as well. So it is a great piece, and I have the same kind of sentiment, except of course the Type 20 is just a much cheaper piece. But I would probably, I would like, this is probably the second watch that I would never sell. One is the one that I actually got from my father, and this is the other one. The sub and the Type 20 to me is are watches that are not going anywhere. And I know what Aiden is saying as well, except I'm a little bit weird. I get attached quite quite strongly, not easily, but very strongly after years of chasing after something like the Breguet Type 20, which was my dream to own for the longest time. So now that I have it, probably is not going anywhere. But I do know the kind of experience or the kind of example that Aiden is sharing.
Yeah, that watch does look great. How many? Do you guys know offhand how many millimeters that watch is at Breguet?
That's a 40, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, they that wears quite well. The previous case design was even better in that sense, because the lug set had very nice contours. Let me see if I can. 39 actually. Okay, 39.
There's
Great
a
size.
there's a yellow gold tradition, the one with the tiny dial at 12 o'clock, and it's like all open work. There's a yellow gold on Chrono now for 14,000. And
Amazing.
I tried one of those things on, and it is so cool just to see the balance doing its thing, and like
It's a cool watch.
it is so cool. Like, to me, I'm like, holy shit! Like,
JJ has one in pink gold, and I think it's still
nice.
one of my favorite watches that he has. The 7097, I think, is the reference.
Does his
Um,
have the dark, like the blacker or the kind of anthracite, or what is that, dark rhodium, like the kind of dark rhodium
let me see.
main plate? Because I know they have one that's rose with like all rose components, and then looks like a black guilloche dial, and then they have another one that's rose with what looks like a kind of rhodium, like a darker rhodium plates and bridges.
I think it's exactly the latter. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, it's very nice.
This
I
is
mean,
it.
a still photograph doesn't do justice for this piece,
No,
because,
you're right.
well, especially, wow, he's got the one with that's retrograde
Yeah.
seconds, right? Oh my
No,
god,
I mean,
that is so cool.
I
It's so cool.
it's such a steampunk little thing. I mean, it's I love the retrograde complication as an idea anyways, but you are used to seeing it for minutes, for dates a lot of times, but to have that, like, kind of uh like pressure rising and then releasing, like, every minute, it's like, it gives you really that genuine steampunk feeling. It's a retrofuturistic machine on your wrist. The tradition is a very cool watch.
Yeah, so even the base tradition, I have no idea what those retail for, but I feel like 14 for like a heritage Swiss brand in a solid precious metal case
Mm.
just seems like a great deal, man. I mean, you can't even get a two-tone sub for that much, like a new one, that is. So
But yeah, I agree. It looks like kind of steampunk-ish. Like once you said that, I'm like, oh, that's how to describe it. Perfect.
yeah, definitely I could see how steampunks would be into, steampunks that maybe had a
Yeah,
little extra cash or slightly higher.
well, I mean, we can put it maybe in a less genre specific, maybe retro futuristic in a way, like in the sense that it looks both as something that honors the pocket watch tradition in a certain way, but does it in a way that make you think of an industrial machine that's more 21st century than 19th. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, steampunk is the word that I used for that reason. Retrofuturistic would be another, but it's just a cool watch, and it's the kind of again, it's the kind of watch that both we can nerd over, as people who feel passionately about horology, but it's also the kind of watch, if you care about the thing like that the average person would drool over as well, because it has that sort of appeal, like, wow, what is that, right? So I think it's very cool for that reason.
I wonder. I just I wonder if these. I mean, there's so many different variations. Like the retrograde seconds one. I don't know exactly what that the reference number is, but those are a
Right here.
lot. Those are sorry, the 77 70 97.
797, yeah.
Yeah, so those are those there's a lot less of those, it seems like, just if you do like a quick kind of chrono search. So I think it seems like maybe either they make less of them or they're just like people hold on to them more. Um,
They're still on the secondary market, though. Again, for the kind of watch you're getting, that they're still a decent deal, I have to say.
yeah, I remember looking at that, looking at the balance, um, just looking at that actual like moving heartbeat component on the
Mhm.
dial. Um, which I think, like MBNF like built that into like their whole, like, that's such a huge component of like so many of their designs, right?
I mean, I wanna also say, just the things that they have blend. I've seen these for cheaper, by the way. Right now, if you look at Chrono 24, there's nothing less than 20, but I've seen them for cheaper. But look at all the signature Breguet things you're getting. You get the teardrop lugs, you get that fluted case band, right? That coin edge for the entire flanks of the case. You get a beautifully in that dial, you get a beautifully hand guillocheted piece. You get the retrograde complication. You get
Solid precious metal case.
that's it. You get this again, this beautiful rotor weight. Um, I mean, it's again, it's so much watch in that neat package. Um,
This could be, that two-piece or three-piece collection. I feel like this could be a really strong contender for a dress piece of a two or three piece. Like you combine this with just like a very versatile and capable sports watch, and then you and then maybe you have a beater,
mm.
a G-Shock, and then like literally like that covers pretty much anything you could want to do.
The this was also the only cool thing about the Ben Affleck era of Batman as well. The fact that they put a Breguet Tradition on his wrist was I think.
What a weird what a weird note from that era. I mean, it's cool that they did that, It's like, but God, I totally forgot that guy was Batman.
I would like to forget as well,
Yeah, like
especially
permanently.
John D brings up, which is an amazing one as well. The Breguet has a fusée and chain tourbillon model in the tradition line. it is. I mean, that's an incredible constant force piece. All right, I've missed you, Professor.
Hello,
How
hello,
are you
Hello.
doing?
hello,
Hello,
everybody.
Professor.
Hello.
Hello, Professor. How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New
What will
Year.
you be teaching us today, Professor?
Oh. How not to be unemployed.
How not to be unemployed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean this is what academics usually manage. They provide you with a lot of knowledge, but they don't give you real life tools, skills.
That is
So-
true.
Why? Why wouldn't they give us real life skills?
That's a good question because I think the academy lives in an ivory tower of pure knowledge, but unfortunately, they lost touch with reality. Um, it's like theoretical mathematics and theoretical economics. It's not very relevant to what's going on, and most economists, including myself, cannot predict the future. They can't tell you if there is a recession or not a recession, or will there be a recession.
But Professor, give yourself some credit.
No.
You were basically one of the first people to insist on the crash of the watch market, and you articulated that position here, piece by piece and quite consistently over the months. So I mean,
Very kind of you.
you are not a diviner, but you did forecast a lot of the different aspects of how the watch market was going to unfold over the last few months. So you should give yourself some credit.
You're very kind. You're very kind. Um,
What do you think, Professor? Do you think austerity is coming?
you mean in the U.S.?
I think both. I guess I would say both U.S. and U.K. Just curious.
Okay. I think the UK is more obvious. They're pretty screwed up. So I think that the future in the UK is very, very difficult because of the politics and also the masterful exit from the EU. So they have a bunch of problems to fix, and I don't think they're fixable easily. In the US, I think they could avoid a massive recession. They could avoid one. The only problem that they're faced with is as they try to fix inflation, which is still very high, and this will be a priority for this year, of course, for the Fed. As they're trying to fix inflation, they might increase rates too high, too quickly, and that will force the economy either in a mild recession or a bigger one. And then they'll try to do the reverse, lower interest rates and try to give liquidity into the market, which will possibly fuel again recession. So we might go through two or three boots of this tightening and unleashing and tightening and again unleashing. This, of course, flexibility and vacillation is not liked by markets. So markets in the US will be very volatile, 2 sessions up, 4 sessions down. Do I think the market still has another 20% down? I think so. I think the market is going to be impacted more. Corporate results will be more challenged. We have already seen, I'm sorry, I'm sounding like chief economist of Goldman Sachs, but I'm sorry, you asked the question, so I need to
Right.
go into the depths of it. As Lord does with watches and the marvelous job that he has been doing. But I think markets are being impacted also by what will happen to the job market, and so far the job market has been very resilient.
Mm.
The economy still produces jobs. However, if you look at some indicators, the amount of people quitting and the amount of people not able to find a new job is increasing. So we're beginning to see a recession there. The labor market is not releasing such data, but I can send you in the chat room some data on that. So obviously, corporates are going to begin to lay off people, and we have seen that with Salesforce the other day.
Amazon's supposed to be laying off like 18,000 people, right, or something like that.
That's right. Amazon is the big one, but the IT sector, the tech sector is going to be massively hit. But corporates in general will be impacted in 2023. In order for them to recuperate some of the revenue losses from the market, they will begin to fire people, obviously. And if the job market begins to be softer, inflation will probably come down quicker, and that will release some pressure from the Fed. And eventually, I think we're going to be in this soft territory. Now, what we don't know is how far down will the market go, what kind of a mild recession we're going to see, or if we see a big recession, because it all depends also what happens over in the East, in China. And, China seems to be having more challenges. For sure, Europe is going to face a very difficult 2023, including a 2024 winter. I think they got away with a lot of easiness from a mild winter. I mean, ski resorts in Europe have no snow.
Wow.
So they're snowing on no snow, skiing on no snow, unless you are, in the high Alps. But I think there are more difficulties ahead. But are we through 50% of the difficulties? I think 2022 was a very vicious year. We might not see a repeat, but markets are not going to climb up from here on. Don't take that as an indicator that things are recouping, and as a result, the watch market is suddenly going to go up, and we're going to go and sell the Daytona Panda for 60,000 and the Pepsi for 30,000, and Bitcoin is going to go to 60,000, and everybody's going to be trading in vegetable watches, crypto, Rolex, and all of that. I think that bubble is burst. The watch bubble has burst, and the return to the watch market will be more sensible. But it all depends on the amount of liquidity people have and what assets they invest in. But obviously, we're not going to go back to the craziness that we've seen pre 2022 crash.
Yeah.
Sorry for boring you guys.
No.
Very,
It's
very,
good.
very good points there. So, yeah, I would. The Fed's definitely tightening. We're noticing some downward trends. Yeah, but the question is, it's like, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to try to profit off of these things like billionaires do? Or what are you going to do? Are you going to sell your watches because, hey, I'm scared
No.
about this watch, this hype
Don't
watch?
sell your watches. No.
Or-
Don't sell. Please don't sell your watches. Regardless what you own, this is the worst time to be selling stocks, watches, paintings, wine, girlfriends. No. Don't,
What about buying? What about
Selling?
buying? I'm in the market for a house right now. You think it's a good time?
I wouldn't.
No, wait.
Yeah, I'd wait.
How long though?
You gotta see actual distress, in my opinion. Like right now, the prices, like look at sales volume. This is not normal right now. I think in Vegas we're talking about 60% lower than normal sales volume, and just crazy low inventory. Because right now people have the choice to just hold on to their house. Right, they'll defer a move that they might have wanted to do. So I know a neighbor down here, they decided to not move to Seattle, which they wanted to do to spend with their grandchildren. So they're having to make significant life choices. They're retired, they're grandparents, they'd love to just spend time in Seattle. Mm-hmm. But they can't do that because right now would be a really bad option for them to leave that house, probably leave a mortgage that's probably 3 or 4%, and have to face like a mortgage that would be double both in interest and also value. Moving to Pacific Northwest is expensive, so they say we'll wait it out. So there's a lot of people who have the choice of waiting out. But eventually some people are just going to say, you know what, I got to move on with my life. Some people are going to have to be like, look, I lost my job. I can't afford this anymore. You're going to have to wait until people actually have to make hard choices and list their home at prices that will actually clear, which is not the current prices. It's going to take time.
Yeah.
for
So
people
if
to
you
give
have
up.
mass layoffs, right? You have mass layoffs. You have America and lots of other places with record amounts of debt. It's not a good combination, and you have to think, how is this going to affect watches? And it's a luxury item. It's not something you need. You cannot eat Rolex. Yeah, we really enjoy them, and they do serve a purpose as well, as far as holding value when maybe a currency might crash or something like that. But yeah, I just want to know what you guys think about that, and what Professor thinks about that.
Quick note, quick note. John D was making a point about selling watches is returning your puppy to the shelter after they have lived with you and become family. And he made it even more severely here. And thank you, John D, for the 199 super chat. Buy, hold, never sell, build a watch empire. I think, that's the way I approach my collection, and I make very agonizing decisions over long time after, a lot of times years of research and trying to source the best example that I can afford. So after I have invested so much emotionally in terms of time and finally, of course, money, I don't turn around and sell them, whether it's for profit or in desperation, because again, I try my best not to tap into, my other resources that are not disposable, that are not liquid. So I would completely co-sign what John D is saying there.
Here's the more direct question. When do I buy a Royal Oak on the grey market?
That is the big question.
What do you think, Professor? Because I don't like, I'm not a gray market person, so I'm not. I never can countenance paying such premiums for watches that are still in production.
So the question is, should you buy or
No, when to
not buy?
buy a Royal
When
Oak.
to
Like,
buy?
it's a 40th. I was thinking about the meteorite Daytona, and I realized like that's still precious metal, so I don't actually want that. And I thought, okay, what can I want something special. I want something special, and I'm gravitating towards getting a Royal Oak. But
Now
the
we
the key is
moved.
I'm not going to be able to get one retail. I'm going to pay a premium. The question is, when in the year do I do that? Because I mean, things are coming down now, but they could come down a lot more. And certainly AP doesn't have the brand recognition that Rolex does. So the bottom could fall out of the AP market far more than it could the Rolex market. And everyone's like, whoa, Rolex has gone down. It's like, yeah, well, AP could be a lot more down than that.
Have you tried with the AP boutiques? Like, have you?
I'm gonna try. I should try this week, but there's a really big convention in town, and I think they're probably going to be sick of all these yuppies that are in town saying, "Hey, get me! I want an AP for the weekend."
Right.
So I might try say hello next week. I really want to go with my wife. She's much more personable than me, and the thing is, I just logistically I can't do it right now. We've got both kids. I don't want to bring even a single kid in. One might be cute, but two is going to be a whirlwind. So I don't know. I really want to
The
go on with my
younger one.
wife, but
Bring
I
the
don't know.
daughter. Bring the daughter.
Yeah, I should. Yeah,
I met an attorney just randomly at a dive bar in the neighborhood, and I started talking to him because I thought it was cute because both he and his wife were wearing matching rose gold yacht masters on the Oyster Flex in the
nice.
in the his and her sizes.
We were going to do that until my wife said no.
And I thought it was very sweet. And,
Yeah.
you know, so like I was talking to people that were standing next to him. Of course, I spot their watches. Very easy to spot. And I was like, oh, hey, guys, like your watches are very cute, you know. And we just started chatting. She was
Your
a
monsters
doctor.
are under the radar in that configuration, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a beacon, but for someone like me, it was very, very easy to know just immediately what it was. Like, you know, you could tell by the strap and the case. And at first I saw his, then I saw hers. And I was like, oh, this is wild. And so we started talking. You know, he's an attorney, she's a doctor. They both do very well for themselves. And he ended up going into the I forget what the name of the store is. I don't know if it's like Material Good or something. It's like not the AP boutique, but they sell AP in New York.
Yeah,
And
that fits the description.
and yeah, and they sell jewelry, like very high end jewelry there as
Yeah.
well. And
Yeah.
he
And
didn't.
actually, some of the jewelry is their pieces, like their designs, their original designs. John D says, by the way, $4.99. Thank you, John D. Perhaps one should use the gray market to buy items far below retail rather than pay the impatience penalty to get a hyped watch. Again, that's my perspective, but I know Ozzy's plan is a little urgent, is a little more timed. So I respect his timeline, honestly, even though I adopt John D's philosophy. But if Ozzy waits for the kind of point that you're describing, John D, which may or may not come, I'm quite hopeful as a buyer. But it will pass his 10th anniversary that he's trying to celebrate. So
Oh no, the 10th. There's no way. 10th is already next month. But my 40th birthday will be in June.
okay. All right. That's I mean, again, it won't go under retail, but I think you can stretch it out as much as you can. I think by the summer, that's not unreasonable.
Yeah. I think waiting more is going to make a lot of sense because right now things are starting to get painful in America. I think there's more layoffs coming.
Yes.
Carvana have started completely discounting their cars. Like it's just there's capitulation happening right now. Readjustments of prices, readjustments of headcount. We'll see. Hopefully, we're all gonna make it, but we'll see. I think I got news today that I'm probably not fired, so that's good. But we'll see. It's not confirmed. But I'm probably not fired.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, all right. No, that's good news. That's good to hear.
So let me say something
Please.
about so when is it the time? For sure, January and February is the best time of the year for people to buy watches because it's going, it's right after Christmas. You know the story. So usually January, February are the slow months, and people should be on the lookout. Now, is it the best time? Um, well, if you are in urgent need, January, February is there, but also you have, I think, the first half of the year to wait it out because it's going to be easier. We're done with Christmas, Thanksgiving, hoopla, Hanukkah, and all of that, and whatever your religion is. So we're done with all of that, and now it's reality hitting home. Markets. I mean, the only thing that will happen in 23 is strengthening of the dollar because of the weakness that we see in all other things, but that's a temporary strength. Things will recoup back to weakening the dollar because, again, the economy is going to soften up. So I think 2023 first half is the time to be getting the watch, Aussie. I don't know about the second half. It's really yet to be seen. From all the indicators, um, the recovery should be sometime in 24, but we don't know how far down the market goes, and it all depends on two things now. Um, the unknown, so we don't have, as Donald Rumsfeld, was it Rumsfeld or Wolfowitz? I forget, one of these two neocons.
It was Rumsfeld.
Yeah. And he used to say the unknown unknowns and the known unknowns. So what we don't know is clearly the geopolitical situation globally, how far bad things will go in 23. And secondly, how steep the recession will be in many parts of the world, and especially what happens with COVID, recovery stuff. And in the US, the housing market is going to drop further. And secondly, the job market. Once the job market softens up, that will unleash a huge pressure in markets. Already, my aunt who has a 401k, she's a senior citizen. She is uh, extremely depressed, I have to say, because she looks at her retirement money and she cannot believe that for the 40 years that she worked for, she has seen a 40% or thereabout collapse in her 401k.
How did that happen?
It's all tied into the stock market.
The
So
stock
tied
market
in
hasn't
the-
gone down that much.
No. There the index funds and all of that, depending where you have it. Some of it is 10% that she has, another one is 30%, another is 20%, but never in her life has she witnessed for such a long period of time a decline. And it's going to be an unusual time for a lot of retirees who depend on this money, one for safety and two for some liquidity, right? So I think 2023 is the time to buy your watch. You can never time, as you know, Ozzy. Like it's like the Tesla stock. People ask me, "Oh, when is it a good time?" Well, I don't know. I mean, this thing is being shorted by so many people now. And they're shorting as well Apple stock, right? I mean, Apple was the darling
I've got
of.
those two shorts going.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, no one has
Tesla
a
one
crystal
is sort
ball.
of like a no-brainer. That to me, that's just a play on whether or not Musk is liquid, and I don't think he is. So that's to me, and I think Tesla right now are in an existential crisis. The problem's been created by they have a lot of capacity coming online, but they've now only just now discovered that demand for their vehicles is not unlimited. And so they're having to artificially restrict supply, as in they tell people not to work, don't build the cars. At precisely the time, they're paying billions of dollars to get new capacity online. These two will not coincide together for long. And so they need to be making moves rapidly right now. And I think the CEO has full self-driving enabled. Basically, he's out to lunch.
And
They were betting on that, right? They were betting on an infrastructure that only their cars could use,
right.
and doing deals with the federal government to get that implemented. I highly doubt that's going to happen at this point. And self-driving, we're nowhere near that being able to work. I mean, that's
and
like
also, I mean,
a dream.
it's like the fascination wore off, the mystique has worn off. Now basically every brand has an electric car,
Exactly.
right? So it's not as fascinating anymore. The novelty has completely worn off, I think, and that matters at a certain level. I think the points that you all brought up are much more important, much more substantive, but I think there's that too. The cultural relevance is shrinking in terms of Tesla.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I'd say
you got punks like me that are I'm never going to give Elon. I'm going to do everything in my power to not give that guy a cent, ever.
Yeah,
And that's it. It's just like, for me, I will never buy one of his cars. Like, I used to think I would, And now just because of all the bullshit and like the company being like the racism lawsuits, the union busting, just like bad businessman stuff, like I don't want to have anything to do with it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, basically, Tesla. I mean, let's get this straight. I mean, they probably have brand value higher than Rolex, as in they can sell their cars that objectively you look at other cars and they're selling at tens of thousands of dollars more than other cars just because the kids think Tesla's cool.
Right.
Rolex MSRPs are not, you know, tens of thousands of dollars over other watches. But see, the problem is Rolex doesn't make shitty watches, but Tesla does make shitty cars. So,
You know, I listen. They're fast. They're super fast. I mean, they're cool. Like the design is great. They have a lot of quirky features. I see the appeal specifically with Tesla. Like I said, like I was seriously considering financing one at one point in time, but you know, then I like my attitudes towards just EVs and cars in general changed because for me, I want the maximum value. Like I'm not in a place where I could afford a luxury vehicle. So I want the best possible value out of the car and the best possible warranty. And I see more bigger, more established brands being able to introduce products that you know that don't give you like the super fast like hype Tesla model, but they give you an EV that probably you know most electric vehicles when you step on them they move, and you know that's the
yeah.
kind of thing that you know people
Even
respond to that seat of the pants kind of.
yeah,
You know,
even the little BMW i thingy, like that really like micro car, that thing was fun. Like they had them in Seattle as sort of like little zip cars. You could rent them by the minute, and so you hop in and you go around in that. And I went to golf practice in one, and then drove it back. And then and all I would do at the stoplight is I would just strike the pedal as hard as I could with my with my foot, try and see how fast it would accelerate. It was a lot of fun. And then when I parked it outside of my apartments in Seattle, I just like, oh, that was fun. I wonder how much range is left. It's like, oh, 0. Okay. I guess there'll be a tow truck here tomorrow picking this thing up because I just chewed up all the battery, stopping on the accelerator every single time.
Yeah, let me say something about John D. His comments, which are very prescient. Um, yeah, not this. Yeah, that I agree, of course, and my colleagues have said it better than I would. Yes, this whole idea, I listen to a lot of nonsense, people talking about buying a watch because it will appreciate. This recent discussion about the GMT meteorite. First of all, has anybody? I've seen the watch from close up. You can't tell the time, especially if you're out in the sun. You don't know if you're wearing snow white or you have this very expensive watch. They all talk about the watch. If you buy the meteorite, it will appreciate because the dial is unique, and only in Namibia they have meteorite, this special meteorite that Rolex has. I mean, they're creating so much myth around this nonsense, and they buy their own myth. Sometimes perception is reality, and they buy their own perception, and they create these stories around. Now it's the meteorite dial, and once they run out of the meteorite, Rolex is going to
They give
stop
you
producing it.
Well, I'm sure Rolex is smart and resourceful enough, or the people leading Rolex, they will come up with I don't know, something from this time from Kenya, or next time from Finland.
Exactly.
I'm sure they will find some kind of semi-precious stone that they can embellish and
Or
galvanize.
just
And
a new treatment to the asbestos, the falcon eye.
There's
Yes.
Get a different
there's
asbestos or different quartz.
John D, by the way, 199 EV cars, cheap and nasty. Quartz watch.
Yeah. My neighbor has a Tesla 3. I've ridden in quite a few times. It's not as good as a Toyota Corolla. It's faster, but like the interior and the ride quality is pretty nasty.
worse than a Corolla. Wow,
Yeah.
that's sad.
I'm the only one, guys, that in my neighborhood doesn't have a Tesla. I'm like the onion that sticks out. I don't know if there is such a term. I just discovered it, but
The onion.
what
is that
it's too early. I don't know. It's too early. It's too early. You guys. But of course, I'm the proof professor because I'm surrounded by very wealthy people here. And they're all driving these supercars, and then you see the Tesla. If you don't have a car, a Ferrari or whatever, you drive a Tesla. And I'm the only one who has a Toyota. And
I got a Toyota too, Professor. I got the minivan. No one's robbing me.
The same with me. I don't have the minivan. I just have the little RAV4. Little. It's not little.
Yeah, the
it's-
RAV4 is like not compact anymore.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I used to have a Land Cruiser, and it was like having an elephant. In the UK, having a Land Cruiser is like, okay, I'm here to, go with a car across the Atlantic.
Hmm.
You don't drive such a car in the
Yeah.
UK anymore. But and so I asked a few of these guys, why are you guys buying these cars? And half of them are Chinese, so they don't speak English, so fly lies. They tell me, but the ones who speak, they do tell me that it's the fascination of the car and how they buy the story, and nothing to do with the environment. But obviously, it's a fashion statement. Tesla is a fashion statement. So whoever buys that story, fine, but it's going to end. And I think to put a lid on this discussion about the EVs, the big manufacturers are coming on board with a lot of cars now. I mean, the VWs and the BMWs and Mercedes. The Germans are coming, and the Koreans are very strong in this. And the Japanese have been quite lagging in the EV story. Ozzy,
The
there is
Hyundai looks pretty good.
Hyundai looks amazing, and there is a nice story in Bloomberg. You should look it up because I know you subscribe to Bloomberg. You should look at why the Japanese are behind in the EV market. But now that
I
the
do
big guys,
follow that. I mean, the thing that the Japanese have to deal with is like the number one car manufacturer on the planet, and we're talking about the planet, not just the US, not just the UK, not just Europe, and most of the world just wants ICE cars. It's really that simple. And if you look at like actual efficiency and value, which they are deeply concerned about, hybrid makes the most sense right now. It just does. If you do the math,
Especially
the hybrid just makes the
plug-in
most.
hybrid, where you can charge it at your home at night, and then if you're driving less than 30 miles, you're not burning any gas.
Yeah. And the RAV4 Prime is completely awesome. Like they've sold every single one they can possibly make. So they have to be concerned with what people actually want. They're not going to be a brand that is able to sell it just on like sex appeal effectively. They have to sell millions and millions and millions of cars, not just enough to match their capacity at their brand new plants and fledgling EV division,
Yeah.
Ozzy,
The thing is, self-driving cars are the future. I'm not saying that we're quite here. We're not quite there yet. But these next 10 years are going to be crazy. I mean, you're going to look back 10 years from now and like, whoa, like what? I don't even remember what it was like to live then. I mean, robots, further automation, And a lot of these things are going to take over. And when automation and all this stuff starts to take over even more like it has in the past, it would need less people. But at this point, we're going to what? Build back better, right? We need to build this infrastructure and build all these things so we can get this automation up and running so less people don't have to do like these jobs. I mean, we've seen some of the self checkout. There's all kinds of other things, but that's going to continue to advance, and technology is continue to change our lives completely. And
Exactly.
I mean, the stock market and these crypto
But-
markets right now is pretty much in a lot of ways run by algorithms already.
The full self-driving aspect, I don't see how that's transformative. How's like I have to sit in the car anyway.
There, you know what
Either
are
way.
really good self-driving cars are trains, and
Right.
they're more
Well,
efficient.
I'll show-
and
I'll
like
show
there
you, like
isn't there isn't the infrastructure in the States, but like that honestly, if like we really want a better future in the U.S. specifically, like
Like
we
in Las
really,
Vegas,
really
I've got access to self-driving cars, and it's this app called Uber.
yeah, exactly. You don't
Yeah,
have to. You don't have
and
to
so
drive.
I
Like
can
what?
I can
Like,
order a car. It'll come to my door, and then it'll take me anywhere. I pay a small fee, and I don't even have to own a car. So this is
No.
reality today. It just happens to have a human in the front, but
The self-driving thing, and it's unfortunate because the big component is truck infrastructure, right? Like I really think this is what self-driving, like industry leaders, shareholders, investors in this technology, that's where they see the value in the future, because pretty much every product that is around you right now got to you somehow on a truck at some point in time, right? And just like so many other jobs in America, there is a narrative right now that there's a labor shortage for truck drivers specifically, but unfortunately that's not really the truth. It's just a wage shortage. Like the equivalent, like truckers pay when you adjust for inflation is considerably lower now than it was decades ago. And the expectations for the drivers is much higher. There is all this ridiculous dystopian technology that they're incorporating into the trucks to like track their eye movement and stuff. And it's like the arguments are for, oh, it's for safety. We want to make sure they're not falling asleep. But then like literally they're under extreme surveillance and they're being pushed to the limit. The truck drivers are often in these situations where, they're legally required to have to take rest, and their employers can't tell them to not follow that rule, but they'll still say you need to get this delivery made. So what's happening is like a lot of these drivers they're literally changing sectors. They're going to work elsewhere. And I think a lot of the hype around this whole self-driving thing was like, oh, imagine how it would change your life as an individual, not as a worker. But the people really wanting to invest in the technology are these mega logistics companies. Like I mean, Amazon, for example, if they didn't have to have drivers, they would love that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
On the
exactly.
trucking side of things, yeah, it's
But 10 years,
dynamic.
I mean, to me, it seems like I know we can't estimate this stuff because there are often technological advances, but there's more fundamental stuff that really needs to be solved. Climate change is one that's real that a lot of people don't want to take
Yeah.
seriously, but I mean, like we can't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
solve that problem, and we're trying to figure out,
No.
again, going back to Mars, it's
Exactly.
like it's nuts. Like I feel like a lot of these technologies, as especially third world countries, like people who are exposed to the elements and are actually start to be displaced. I'm not talking near recession. I'm talking big picture. We're gonna see more geopolitical issues because of third world peoples and their local economies being completely ravaged by climate change, and them being displaced and having to ultimately become refugees, and that turning into the magnified version of the nightmare it is right now. Like at that point in time, does it really matter if like a personal vehicle owned by one family can drive itself? So it might sound extreme what I'm talking about, but like those are the kind of things I think we need to be like I love the idea of this automated driving, especially from a safety standpoint and an efficiency standpoint. But I see like way more obstacles and hurdles ahead of
Oh
us that
yeah.
we need to be focusing on.
Well, the
I
thing is,
think
though, I think that
hmm.
that these self-driving cars, right? They eventually won't even need a driver in there, and you could just, hey, I'm going to buy these cars. These are taxis that drive themselves, do their own thing. They collect the money, and we'll have these robots go ahead and just go ahead and work for me or whoever, and go get me money and
But
just add it up.
Aiden, I mean, I showed you the app, like Uber. What's the difference?
If you have a robot, it's a if the car drives itself, it's actually, or if you had a robot doing something, it's the robot that is doing it. You don't have to have somebody in there spending time in that vehicle being the taxi driver.
Aiden,
But
let
yeah,
me
but
try to
how's
ask
that
the question
affect the economy? How does it affect
the
me?
other way. Yes, that I mean, I think that's one way of asking. What do you do with the labor force you free up
Ah,
by replacing that human being with a robot? I think that's an important question, and I'm we are taking it for granted, but I don't think people who come up with these sorts of robotics slash automation solutions hypothetically don't always address that. So that person that we are taking the job away from, even though it is a small gig, even though it's a part-time thing, what are we doing with that person? Like, how is that coming back to the society?
so I want to answer partially this question, um, Lord. Over New Year's, some of the academics got together with our respected spouses for New Year's lunch and dinner, and we were discussing how the students, and this is very important because I think John D in his last question is referring partially to this. We were commenting on how bad papers that students submit have become,
Oof.
the quality of papers. And I'm at the equivalent of an Ivy League in the UK. You know, I don't teach in a polytechnic. You know, I'm in one of the two of the best universities that the UK has to offer. And so the quality of the students it is very, it has to be good, right? um, and we were commenting on how bad the quality of the papers has become. Now the new entry to this debate is AI, because a lot of students are beginning now. Not only are they lazy, um, you have exceptions of course, but they're now using AI to produce papers, right? They have these programs where you type, let's talk about inflation in 1929 and mitigating measures, and it types and it produces a paper for you,
But
right?
Professor, I think we have actually, with Ozzy's help, used this sort of artificial
Yeah.
intelligence on this program, and it did actually have a decent job
Got
in
the
Yes,
job
yes.
describing
done.
some
Does pretty well. Yeah.
complications. Yeah.
Okay,
I've
and
I've
Lots of
actually
it.
already used it in my job.
all
I've
right.
I've created a few programs just by talking to the AI. It's like, hey, can you get me this type of data and then parse it and then put it here and then talk to AWS to do X and Y. Okay, all
Yeah,
right, let's go X.
exactly. So the issue is, so what are these students learning? So they're producing good papers which they don't understand. Of course, we have a response to this because we will give them a mathematical question and they won't be able to resolve in an exam. And so we know they don't know, so we'll fail them. But the issue is that we're going into an area where the students are not anymore capable to produce quality work. Somebody else is doing it. And we know for a fact that PhDs, which we award, are being helped by AI. They're aided by AI, right? And we know who is a good PhD student and how we need to treat a good one versus a bad one. And you do get bad ones that we need to chaperone and hold their hands because, it is what it is in life. Our university doesn't get often only the brightest. We need to get the handicapped and the retard and all of this shit that we need to do for politically correctness
Calm down, please.
purposes. So,
But I do want to draw it just back slightly, and well, let's not worry about the moral issue. But it sounds like Aden, you think that full self-driving would enable something new in the economy, and I just don't see it. I've got the app for full self-driving. It's called Uber. It works.
Yes.
Well, I'm not joking.
The-
What's the difference between full self-driving and
I-
Uber? What is the
I
difference?
think the value. I mean, I don't want to speculate for you, Aiden, but like I just to me, where I see the value is in that tech company that has to pay that worker. They now don't have to pay that worker, right? So there's added value for them, which there's added shareholder value for that. If you're part of the very small percentage of the population that is a shareholder, right? So
Right.
but I also think he's thinking, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but like I think he's thinking of just like a more kind of futuristic idea of like how the technology will transform our lives, and
but
that's great for us to be thinking about that kind of stuff. But I think the in between, like what happens in between, there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens in there.
absolutely. I think the critical problem, guys, is what happens between now and the next big thing, because we have a lot of labor and we don't know what to do with them. And if we move industry into an AI industry, this 4.0 industry, which everything is automated or partially everything is automated, we don't know what we're going to do with all these people. Now, of course, this is a long debate since the 1800s of redundancies and labor and all of that, but there is a problem because we're reaching a point where we have fewer people that will be employed, but we have bigger populations that are aging as well. And as you know, assemblies are not creating jobs, and everything that is being assembled is in Asia, not so much in the US. I think we're done with this manufacturing miracle in the US. So we do have an issue. How do we get there to the next point with the labor? Because we need to employ them. In the West, employment was created through innovation, but now innovation is becoming embedded in technology, and you need fewer people. Look at the benefits of us talking now. We're in 3 continents, if not 4, and some of us do a lot of work from home or the office. We don't really need to go, and I think the office is just redundant for a lot of jobs, with the exception of research and scientific work where you need to go to a lab. I mean, you cannot do it from home. But I think we do have a big challenge ahead of us over the next 20, 30 years. What we do with our people, and how is technology moving ahead using fewer people, right? Because if that essay is produced at a very high standard by my students, what do the students learn?
I mean, it seems like they learn that the technology can just do the job for them, and therefore then they don't have to do it themselves. And in theory, they could coast. I mean, I
don't think you're going to be able to coast. I'll get into that in a second. But Aiden, what do you think? Like, what do you think the customer experience is for self-driving? How does it differ from Uber?
This is not Aiden. This is a robot we have taken over.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the question there. What did you say?
Like, how would full self-driving transform a customer's life versus the current experience that Uber delivers?
How would it transform their life? First of all, I want to say it's going to take some time. This isn't going to happen overnight. This isn't going to happen 2023. There's not going to be.
Uber's here today, so we can.
Well, yeah, Uber's
we
here.
can
I'm
agree
just
to
saying
that.
a self-driving car that
What's the difference between a self-driving car, fully realized stage 7 self-driving car versus Uber that you could call today? What's the difference to the customer?
To the customer, that's, I mean, there's not a driver in there. I don't know if somebody would prefer that or not, but that's not even the point. The point is they would just pay.
That's what I thought. There's no customer focus on, like, there's no customer value being delivered by pursuing full self-driving, and it's crazy expensive. So I just don't see the point in doing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely at this point, if the cost exceeds, that's why not everything is completely automated. But if the cost does exceed where it would be more expensive for you to do that and you wouldn't make any money doing it, it's not going to happen. But I mean, yeah, if you had, it's like paying a worker, like if you could pay a robot or you could pay a person. Oh, well, if the robot's going to work for less money, you're like, well, I'm just going to do that and rent this robot out or whatever. And it doesn't have to be a car or this or whatever. It could be other things.
Yeah, well,
things like the new AIs do deliver value that was previously not possible just by paying someone. So you're able to get plausible copy on the subject that you want almost instantly. You can even get it to program for you far faster than you can program yourself. So these are things that are new value that is unlocked with those things, unlike full self-driving, which basically does nothing that we can't do already.
Platinum. My wife is asking, are you again talking about watches and platinum? I said, yes, platinum. Platinum. You know, Ozzy, I have doubts about your AP. Mm-hmm. I think I'm not sure you should get an AP. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Do I like the brand? Yes, I respect the brand. Do I want to spend this kind of money to get a chronograph? I don't know. AP are very difficult people, very difficult brand. I mean, you might say this is generalization because look at everybody else, they're being very difficult. But just to open and repair that watch, it will take you, 5,000 Swiss francs. My friend, did I tell you my friend had a bad experience with them with his offshore? He had to send it off to Geneva. It was a Royal Oak offshore, and they weren't very fussy with him, and he sent it to Geneva. Then he had to pay 4,500 for replacement of some things, the gasket and the inner plastic, the inner whatever O-ring and all that. I'm not sure. Also, it's a watch that attracts a lot of dents, a lot of I'm not sure if you. I know I have a lot of friends who have experienced the AP Royal Oak for many years, for 30 years, for 20 years. I have friends who have been wearing them. Yes, I mean it's I don't know. But of course, I understand your need to move out of the Rolex space and to kind of experience something else. So I take that with a lot of consideration. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. It's a fledgling idea, and we'll see. It's just that if I started entertaining, precious metal Rolex, and I don't even like precious metal that much, it's sort of that kind of budget opens up a lot of opportunities as well. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I could actually get one at retail, I'd have a lot less misgivings about it. Not just because of the value differential, which still exists right now, probably might not exist in the future, who knows, but it's just one of my concerns about going grey is that just how often these sellers will actually polish watches. And one of the things about the AP is like the finishing is what a lot of the aspect of the watch. And I was like, I want APs finishing and not
Right,
this grey
right.
market sellers finishing.
But the models you're looking at are quite new. So as long as you heed common sense, I don't want to repeat this cliche, but as long as you
Mm.
buy the seller and it comes as a full set with the papers that certify it's 2021, 2022, you don't have to worry too much. But yes, it is a problem. And look, it doesn't have to be only the Royal Oak. I mean, a lot of people who don't know what they're doing can do a hack job with a simple Rolex Oyster model of any sort. So
Right.
that is a legitimate concern. It's just I think it might not be as prohibitive as you're thinking, since you're looking for things that are very recent, unlike something from even the 90s. If you were looking at like a reduced size piece from 1990s, that would be a different ball game for sure.
Hmm.
Guys, I've been wearing my GMT for 14 years now.
Yeah.
And I woke up today. I wear my watches every day, all the time. Bathroom, shower, sea. It's everything. So I sleep with a watch and all of that. Nothing.
I do too.
not
I
not
sleep with this
sexually, not sexually, I hope.
I haven't thought of that idea actually. Let me see.
Giving him ideas.
Might fit.
Maybe we're getting there. That's a great idea. So I've, I've been looking at my watch. Okay, my wife thinks I'm completely crazy. Anyway,
We are
uh,
in a way, yeah.
yeah, we are.
Yes, yeah.
And nothing has happened to this watch for 14 years, 15 years. Um, and I still believe that we need to wear the watches and admire them and use them, cherish them, but wear them. And
Yeah.
every time I hear somebody saying, "Oh, this is my one and done," or "This is my two and done," and these people keep on changing. I like that in people when they change their minds. I think this is very good. It's fresh. When they keep on telling me, "No, it's the Pepsi," and then it becomes something else, and then it's, oh, I say, okay, there is an evolution in their thinking. Um, but it's always one or two or three. But when you exit that three and it becomes 33, it be, but wear your watch. This is nothing has happened to it, and it's still functional. And people talk about scratches. I have 14, 15 years worth of scratches here.
Hmm.
I don't care. I'll die with a watch.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So
The reason the
the
reason
Royal
I
Oak
appreciate
wouldn't be displacing any watch that I
yeah.
have, thankfully.
The
As
reason
in,
I actually appreciate Ozzy's direction, again, no matter what, I mean, it is something fairly recent, like you said, but his collection is very Rolex and Tudor, right?
Yes,
Even the Speedmaster is on such shaky grounds. I mean, the last few months, I think he's getting closer and closer to letting it go in some way, right? I mean, again, he can confirm and or correct me. Um, so I like the fact that this is a different direction, like you said, El Professor, beyond my own admiration of the brand's history, not necessarily the present, beyond my appreciation of the Royal Oak as a piece of design. I like the fact that Ozzy is exploring something that
exactly.
is
I love that. Yes, I
entirely
love that.
new to his collecting habits so far.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to say, that, and I agree with John as well when he says that you're really never done with one watch. I mean, you get the one and then there's another one, it becomes two and then three, and then you're never done. But I like this evolution of, I wouldn't say maturity. It's not maturity. It's just that Ozzy evolves. I have seen him developing his collection, and as you said, Rolex two door Rolex Omega, and then it became like platinum, I said, oh, now we're going for the big boy. Platinum. Then, it started meteorite and then platinum. And I said, oh, now we're going for the big one. And then after platinum, AP. And that's a nice evolution. I like that in people. I agree with you, Lord. AP, it's a one trick pony. I see them. You might say the same about the Oyster and Rolex, but you know, and I have certain reservations about AP in general, but that's my own reservations. It shouldn't influence anybody. But I like that in people how they evolve. It's like your evolution into the Breguet space and how people are thinking about that. Also, your evolution into the Lange, which is spectacular. And all of us, how we evolve into this. So that I think this is very healthy. This is what I wanted to say.
I just like to say that I think the Royal Oak, like in its more pure to tradition, like I like sweep seconds, so like I don't gravitate towards the jumbo because it's like that's the traditional just two-hander. But like I really like the 37, and the design is incredible. A friend of mine who has like a small decent watch collection got a 41 mil chrono recently, and like every time I see this guy, I'm like, "Dude, I gotta try your watch on, man. Like I gotta try it on." And it's like the size is like a little bit big for me, and I'm not particularly a big fan of the AP chronos. I think they're great. I used to like them more, but I actually think the subdials and all that extra stuff takes away from like just the beautiful tapisserie dial, like in its minimalist nature. I like the fact that they've stripped down the text on the dial. Like I'm looking at the new 37 now, and like it doesn't say AP, it doesn't say automatic. It says Audemars Piguet spelled out, Swiss made at the bottom, and the number for the date, and that's it. And especially that ice blue dial, which I know that's probably the hardest one in the 37 plain steel to get, but man,
It's
is it
it's hardest one. It's hardest one. Period. SP.
yeah.
Basically, I mean, wherever it's available in the range, it's the newest and it's the hardest one. I mean, I actually wanted to ask but forgot, but I will ask him on another occasion because I had the chance to meet Ronnie for a cup of coffee in New York.
Nice.
I was gonna ask because he has a new 37 with the ice blue dial. I was
Wow.
gonna ask, how did you get it?
Yeah, has he posted that on social media?
Oh yeah. It's
Okay.
on his Instagram all the time, actually.
Oh, that's funny because every time I feel like I look at his posts, it's always just like some really funky, weird case shape, like classic thing.
So yeah, there's one being sold by Takuya right now. Don't take it because I want this thing to just stay in his inventory for another 150 days until he relents. But he's currently listing at 63K, which is about 20K more than. Yeah, maybe not 20K more. 10K more than the blue dial.
Yeah, this is it.
I gotta say, I think I prefer the gold rotor over the 50.
I totally agree. I thought the exact same thing right as you're about to say that.
Oh no, I mean the thing is, if you invest in something like this, you owe it to yourself to wait until the next service and get a rotor with your initials or customized in some way. I mean,
that would be so cool.
That's the ultimate subtle flex, ultimate humble brag in the horological universe. I also think the 50th anniversary rotor is it's kind of a collector's frenzy kind of thing. It will appeal to some people, it will be worth a premium for some people. I think it's not particularly pretty or interesting, but that could be a great project for the future. Once it needs service, and the professor will tell you it will need service the minute you throw your hand around, because he thinks that
they didn't even put lube on from the factory. They know when it's coming back.
Pateks and APs break, if you blow too hard on them. That's what the professor says. So you can just send it back to service and get a nice customized rotor with your initials or something. That could be very cool.
I think I would get 3 X's.
Because it's too damn hot.
Exactly.
That it should be explicit content.
Yeah, it's explicit content. You turn that thing over, look at the backside, 3 X's. That's all you need.
In the car game, we'll often do an LS swap. So maybe I'll get this, and first time it needs service, I'll swap an NH35 into it.
That would be cool. That's like
just swap it for Seiko Moon. Just put the Japanese workhorse in there. It's gonna be fine.
What was that Volvo that Letterman had? He had like a Volvo wagon that was like a total sleeper that had some like it had like a Corvette or like some kind of like big block like Chevy. Yeah, it was cool.
My dream would be to have like an absolutely bonkers minivan. Like there's a YouTube video where there's a guy in Japan that has the motor from a Skyline R35 GTR put into the minivan, like 1,000 horsepower motor. And every seat in the minivan has racing seats. I'd love that more than anything. The Renault Espace F1 is my dream car, my ultimate dream car.
Yeah, I want to see when Audemars will innovate. Again, it seems they innovated in 1972, but it passed 49 years.
I will give them 84 as well. I think it was
84.
It's still pretty good that they basically use the same case and put a perpetual calendar module on the 2120 and made the Royal Oak perpetual calendar at 39 millimeters and as one of the thinnest perpetual calendars at the time, and certainly still a very respectable compact size. So 72, 84, but like you said, I'm getting old. I was born in 84, so
Yes, and for sure the other folks over at Patek since 1976, they have been sitting on their behinds thinking, are we a watch brand or are we also a one-trick pony?
I mean, Nautilus caught on much later, so I think they were doing some things,
I think, unavoidably, Lord, when you produce a few pieces, Patek never had a problem selling, right? I mean, yes, there were some problems in some years, but whenever they produced the 60 odd thousand watches, I mean, back in the 80s, they were not producing 60,000, but
of course
in 90s. But they were selling their watches. They didn't have a problem. Patek never had a problem because the high tier had the Grand Complication, the Complication had always demand. There is no doubt for that. And I think, yeah.
Quick stop there. Alireza 555. Who is it? Long time since I caught you, and thank you for being here, Alireza. You have supported me even behind the scenes before, but thank you for catching it and seeing that I have been monetized now. It's been a great achievement, and I in fact have more than 1.3K now, so it's growing. It's getting there. I'm gonna reach 5K before you know it, and I take that 5 to be a signal, even though I don't believe in those things. But let's say it 555 says I'm gonna reach 5K in the next 5 months or something. Thank you so much. And by the way, also interestingly, it's 1985 when Patek released the 3940, which was the micro rotor caliber, using the micro rotor caliber and building a perpetual calendar out of it, whereas people thought that that would have been something impossible. So it seems that mid 80s seems to be an interesting time where a lot of the horological brands kind of started taking things for granted again after maybe having made it through the worst of the quartz crisis. Maybe that was the moment where they had to try, for one last hurrah. And after they survived that, maybe they stopped caring simply less and focused too much on marketing and less on R&D, perhaps. John D has a quick question, and since it's basically the last 10 minutes, I'll prioritize it, and he has already super chatted a few times. Can I ask the panel for some help? I'm going to buy a world time. Case size and lug to lug size is questionable. Anyone with experience in 5110, 5130, 5230? Professor, you want to take a stab at this before I say something?
No, I don't have a lot of things to say.
I got up close and personal with Jamie Opulence's 5231J. I'm not sure what he means by case size and lug to lug size is questionable. It struck me as it seemed unstriking to me. So it sort of, if I had to guess, I don't know the actual stat. If I'd have to guess, it would be like 40 millimeter case size with, like a 45 millimeter lug to lug. So I don't know. It didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Look, I mean, John D, I know in the Archiverse especially, people love making fun of the Pontiff's now lost Patek watches that were the old school 37 millimeter case, right? And I think actually that's a beautiful classic sizing that Patek should have held on to at some level. And I know times change. I know body types change. I know that, the hormones in the chicken get to us, as Archie used to say. I know, I understand that. The difference between, from the generation of 5110, 5130 to 5230, if we are talking about these as product families rather than one model here, one model there, I want to say it's pretty minimal considering, right? Because it's not 37 to 39 or 40, 41, which has happened in some other models that Patek has. But I think they had at least the presence of mind to realize that world time for them is kind of a flagship complication. That's a classic. That's very pure. That's very distilled. On paper, it's almost negligible. 51 XXX is 37 millimeter. 5230 is on the 38, 39 side. I think it's not huge. I would go for 5110 if you ask me. They don't wear large necessarily based on lugs, but the pusher, etc., can make the watch look a little slightly wider on the wrist than an uncomplicated wristwatch. And I think 39, again, with all due respect, I don't get stuck on numbers too much. But one thing that does make sense to me, when you are slightly enlarging case proportions, if you're genuinely accommodating for a complication, if you're addressing an issue of legibility or dial layout, which on a world time it is a serious question, right? Is the city ring for you just a poetic expression of cosmopolitanism and the fact that you travel a lot, or is it something you actually want to read? Because there is a minute, but you know, there is a difference between 37 to 39. It's a little more legible. So um, that's all I will say. I would go for 37 because to me that's classic sizing. And if I get a world time, it's not because I actually want to read the names of the cities. I
Yes.
just think it's it's a beautiful thing, you know. So it's I like the 37. I think it sits much better on my wrist, but that's just a personal um, thing.
Fuck me dead. The 5231J is expensive.
Yeah, that's the Clausenet dial, right? That's the painted one,
Yeah.
enamel. Yeah.
Like the Chrono 24 is like the lowest price one's like 122,000.
Mhm.
Unreal.
Yeah, that's a great problem to have. Which Patek do I get?
Mhm.
Right. Why not?
Yeah, I think the issue of legibility is very important for these world timers, but also when you want to see the the time as you age, like I do, like all of us do, looking at the time becomes more of a luxury because we prefer to look at it on a laptop as I do now or on my phone. So, unless we are doing some super duper stuff, we never, I rarely look at my watch for time. I rarely. So I think it's more about the legibility and the aesthetics of the watch, 37 versus 39. Um, but also if you need, I think the best advice is to wear it and to see how it feels and take it from there. But
I think,
like this, like the
without
Skydweller.
giving away much of any detail, I know John D is kind of on the East Coast, tri-state area, let's say roughly. So he would have the opportunity very easily when he finds a little bit of time
Yeah.
to put these watches on. But I think again, it's really a matter of personal preference. It's not like the difference. I know this is kind of a dead horse that I'm beating these days, but it's not like the difference between 5390G and the 5395A, right? Which got it from 39 and a half to 41, and the steel version that they just came up with for the world time flyback chronograph, that's just too big for my liking, and that makes a huge difference. But between 51XX and 53XX, or 5110 and 5130, I don't think the difference is too big. You just have to put them on and see which one you prefer.
I have tried the 5110 a few years back, and I've seen it being worn by people who are of considerable size, both height and width, I
Girth.
would say. Yeah, well, girth and but also wrist size. And the 37 is fine. It's no issue. So and the 39 should be fine for bigger people. It's how you feel about the watch, how it sits, and how you feel more than anything else, I would say. And of course, the offering, if it is brand new or used or old new and whatnot, in what condition and so forth. But the 37 Patek is not a 37 um, um, let's say Rolex. It's not the same. I mean, I think we can also talk about size because not 37 Audemars is the same as 37 Patek.
I think
37.
it's also like you said, it's kind of a genre thing too, because ultimately, when you say I have seen all these people wearing 5110, and it looked good on all of them, that really implies something more than just the size of the watch, because that's the genre of that watch. It's a very dressy piece. It's an elegant piece. So whether it looks a little smaller on your wrist doesn't necessarily make it less present, doesn't necessarily make it less significant for that. The also, again, since it's designed to be that kind of dressy formal piece, it's pretty sleek. It sits very close to the wrist. So it's I think a 37 millimeter Patek actually might wear even smaller than a Datejust 36, I would say, especially if you are looking for a modern Datejust 36. I mean, that's a significantly bigger watch than a Patek 37. You're right. Thank you,
Yeah,
White.
and then of course the clip on the back, um, which is the round insignia of Patek. They always cheat on us,
What do you mean?
uh, on the platinum they put a white gold in, and you think
A
it's
lot
a
of
platinum.
brands, a lot of brands do that, by the way.
But if
A
you
lot.
want a platinum deployant from Lange, apparently they're like $7,000 or $8,000. So it's like Lange will make one, but whew,
Yeah,
you're paying for it.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not everyone is Michael Jordan that you would get a platinum Lange with a full
Full
platinum
the
rice of,
Wellendorf.
you
Yeah.
know, beads of rice bracelet. Um, Guys, I will ask the panel to provide closing statements. If you have anything to add, anything that you would like to express about our earlier topics, I would like to invite you to do that. I want to just recognize John D's super chats and his continuous interventions and questions and contributions. Alireza, JB, earlier Jake Brooks, as well as Nick Butter, who have contributed with super chats. Basil's Bezels for his super sticker. Of course, Aden, who jumped on the panel and really, I think, opened up the conversation in a certain way, which thankfully helped other people to jump on. Big Meech didn't stay for too long, but he made some crucial contributions as always. Um, Ozzy is always great to have around, and I always appreciate the fact that he puts some time towards this channel and this community in particular. Please do check out his channel. I will drop the link right now. El Profesor, it was great to see you after a long absence. I hope you can drop by once every so often, at least like this. And St. Peter, it's great to have you as always. I've already missed you. Hopefully, we'll see each other soon again.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I mean, it's way past my bedtime, but when the professor, hops on, and I gotta break the rules even more. But I really appreciate the conversation. I mean, I look forward to having more of these, and I think it's interesting how we can break away from the watch talk and get very esoteric, and then at the same time be able to almost immediately come back to it, because I do think a lot of this stuff is connected, and I appreciate. I really appreciate the time and being invited into the space. So I'd just like to thank everybody for that. My one last comment that I'll make before I graciously drop off is that apparently, and I have to read into this a little bit more, but that Letterman Volvo with the V8 was made by Paul Newman. So apparently,
Wow.
Paul Newman was like really into making these sleeper cars.
Nice.
and I'm not a Paul Newman expert, but I just did a quick search and it started coming up, and
It's,
I thought
salad sauce, and yeah, salad dressing, and customized cars. That's a good retirement gig,
yeah,
honestly.
yeah, he's a good guy. So
Salad sauce.
I'm gonna drop off, guys. But thank you so much. Have a nice evening or a nice day,
Thank you so much.
whatever the case may be for you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Lovely discussion, and I hope we're all going to make it. I hope hope we don't all lose our jobs.
Man. Well,
Yes.
at least I have this channel to fall back on. Let's put it like that.
At least I have Lord.
I like to think I have the Lord as well, so we'll see if he stays on our side for the time being. Saint Peter, thank you for being here. Aden, thank you so much for opening up the discussion and bringing that great topic, especially which brand would we like to kind of which brand would need some sort of course correction, and what brand needs the most improvement. I like that a lot. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for letting me come on and just have a good time. And
Course correction.
I'm kind of new to streams and stuff, so I was just like, oh, I'll hop on and we'll see what happens, and we'll talk about some watches and whatever else comes up.
Yeah, I mean, great things happened, I think, at least for this stream. So I'm very grateful that you have jumped on, and I hope you keep coming back.
Omega.
That's your suggestion, yes.
That's my quick one. Yeah. What did you conclude, guys?
Well, we didn't conclude, but Omega was one of the brands that came up, and Ozzy had brought it up. So I'm glad that resonates. And funnily enough, again, we weren't trying to gang up because Grand Seiko was brought up before, but most of the brands we brought up ended up being Swatch Group. I don't know if it was a simple coincidence, but I brought up Breguet, Saint Peter brought up Blancpain, Ozzy and you brought up Omega. So there was kind of Aden, did you want to add up one brand name, at least, like as we are dropping out, and maybe we can continue that discussion in future streams?
Did I want to what?
Like, do you have an idea about that sort of brand that you feel some kind of way about, and that you would want to improve in one way or another if you had the chance?
Oh yeah, you want me to go ahead and say that? Which brand I think?
Yeah, please. Maybe, I mean, if you want to say something quick as well, we can take a few other minutes.
Yeah. So the brand that Aden thinks could use some definite improvement, and you guys will probably not like the answer, to be honest with you guys.
Let's see.
But yeah, the brand that I think is complete garbage, just garbage. I mean, it's terrible garbage, guys. Is can I get a drum roll? Do you guys have drum roll on here? Is Tudor. And for let me explain. Let me explain my reason. The reason being that I just don't really, I'm not a huge Tudor fan, and I'm not really into Tudor, is because I don't know, when I see Tudor, I just see it and I'm like, oh, it's not a Rolex. You know what I mean? It's like getting third place in like a high school track race. It's like, but I'm not saying that they're terrible watches,
Harsh.
but just because it's not Rolex and it's kind of related to Rolex, like little brother of Rolex. So that's what I think.
That's what I think when I see Omega's releases. So.
You by the way, I mean, you caught a group of panelists that you would probably be the least receptive. Like, if we had at least like Meech instead of one of these two fellow panelists,
you had to get Meech on here for sure.
You could have some support on his side. But hey, I mean, that's actually, I mean, it is a good good conversation, where Tudor sits on the market. I think, maybe you will say, Aiden, what I'm gonna tell you is counterintuitive, but I think the fact that Tudor, after 10 years of a new breakthrough, really the kind of reinvention we are talking about, they have been doing that for the last decade. The fact that they can make you say that they are not Rolex, I think is already a great achievement, because Tudor used to be, before hand, the spare parts brand of Rolex. Let's be honest about it. It's not even sister brand, whatever, Shield, etc. Perfect. But Tudor was really the brand that Wilsdorf established and revived from the ground up as a name, to use the cases, bracelets, etc., that he couldn't actually use and didn't want to cheapen the brand. So he put those together, ETA movements, generic movements, sell them to the market. So from being that, now we are having a conversation about Tudor. I think that that's already quite an achievement, and we can move from that. I think for me, John D is saying what's wrong with Tudor. For me, there's not much that is wrong with Tudor, but hey, nothing is perfect. I think any brand can benefit from some sort of rethinking, absolutely. But I think in the last 10 years, actually, that's one brand that has done some legwork and certainly a lot of brainstorming in terms of, hey, what can we do different to step out of the shadow of Rolex? But it is an open question. I admit that, Aiden, whether they have done that successfully or completely.
But has like in some cases, I think the stepchild has succeeded its older brother. Like Aiden, would you pick your favorite Pelagos over your favorite Sea Dweller?
I would go with the Sea Dweller, but it's just me,
Yeah,
But
fair
don't
enough.
don't take it too seriously, guys. It's just
No,
all
no,
in good
no.
fun.
I was
We're
just
all we're
genuinely
having fun.
asking, like, because I think the Pelagos line is now like, to me, I spend more time thinking about Pelagos than I do Sea Dwellers. Like, it's just, it's that
Yeah.
sort
I
of.
mean, Tudor's a
that's why.
respectable brand. I mean, it's not like that they're terrible. I'm exaggerating a little bit. Just want to have fun with you guys.
No,
No,
no.
that's cool.
In fact,
Well, it's a good point. I think it's a great question. I don't want it to come across as being too defensive, because I think it is important, right? Did they have done certain things? They have accomplished so much. Again, if you ask me, for me, it's not even a new development. As Ozzy is saying, like, I have, in the last 5 years or so, again, I don't buy new watches, so it usually doesn't happen. But I've gotten so much closer to buying a Tudor than a modern Rolex. That's for sure for me. So I take that for granted. But yes, it is more broadly from, stepping outside of my very subjective opinion, which is very much slanted towards vintage aesthetics. I have to admit, it's still an open question. Have they stepped out of Rolex's shadow? To a certain
I,
extent, I would say yes, but the professor has the final word.
No, no, no. It's not the final. I just want to add to what you guys said that Tudor is, in my opinion, the most successful watch brand in Switzerland. 3 years ago, nobody knew what it was. I mean, is it a car? Is it a chocolate? Is it an offshoot of the Tudors of England? Is it what is it, a surname of somebody? Um, And if you go back 6 years ago, nobody on earth would know them outside of Switzerland and really Geneva, right? I mean, what we are doing today, and the world knows it, is based on the success of Tudor. Tudor could not have done it without Rolex. They have used fantastically well the platform of Rolex, and now they will try and move away from that. Is it a good watch? Yes. Hence, they're playing their cards very well. They did a price increase of 10%. Jan 1, whereas Rolex did, anything between 2.6 to whatever, 4 and 5, and depending where you are. But of course, already currencies are defeating the increase because, the euro is falling and the pound is falling. So by the time we finish this month, we will be done with the price increase. So they'll have to do another one in 3 months for sure. This is one of many price increases that Rolex will do. But in my opinion, Tudor is the most successful for that category. For that category. I mean, look, the watch is worth 300 quid and they're selling it for 3,000. Huh? And they have developed the brand very, very well, very nicely. Whereas everybody now in the watch world is discussing Tudor, whether it's Pelagos, whether it's Black Bay 58, whether it's the new, the old, the Ranger, the this, the that. It is fantastic. The world
Yeah.
has discovered Tudor, and I think they're very successful. Do they produce a watch? I think it is a good watch for money, for the money it's going for. I think they're beginning to increase too quickly, and I think they're
I think the
getting
Black Bay 58 they increased it too much.
yes, yes,
It's too much. They really
and they're getting into this Omega myth. Now it's getting into their heads. Like Omega now, they think they're uh, the best watch money can buy for $7,000. I mean, it's beginning to go into this mythical now nonsense stuff. But I think Tudor is the big revelation of the last 5 years. And if you look at these charts that Lord and I have been looking at, I think we had it one of the shows, Lord.
Mhm.
Tudor in 2016 did not exist as a top 20 brand, and now it's out there. It's in the top 20 for sure. It's top 7 or 8, right? I mean, it is a fantastic story of what they turned around a company like this. I mean, the disappointment is some of the other companies, I would say. But Tudor is being discussed by everybody who considers themselves an aficionado and a watch enthusiast is Tudor. And I think Lord and I have been talking about the Black Bay 58 that we're going to purchase at some point in the
The
future in the
bronze,
next
yeah.
15 years.
Yeah, already, already we are $200 shorter now
Short.
since they increased the price. But quite honestly, I will. One thing that I'm going to say again, because I look at it from the perspective of vintage watches, right? And Aiden, again, you have succeeded once again because you generated a new topic of discussion. So I'm extremely grateful. Um, but I remember, for example, in 2015, I walked into a big time dealer here in Southern California, and they had a case for pre-owned watches that they don't have anymore, and they had two Tudor Submariners, one of both of them in decent condition, one of them with a bracelet that was shot to bits, and the other with a bracelet that was still wearable. um, and they were, one of them was 2.5, the other one was 3K. Try to find a Tudor Submariner today, vintage Tudor Submariner, that is less than 5 digits, right? So to me that's an important gauge. It's not the only factor, but if I see a brand in modern time that has picked up so much steam that it actually injected some value to their vintage product, to their vintage models, I think that's quite important. Now there are other factors, of course, the so-called Hodinky tax, right? All the Hodinky guys were crazy about uh, vintage Tudor and the Tudor revival. So the energy they injected to the brand, I don't think can be denied. Of course, the recent boom we experienced, uh, And over the years, with the emergence of the internet, the values that certain segments of the vintage watch market have gained, all of these are different factors, but by and large, for example, you can see it with Breitling as well. Since George Kahn became the CEO, the iconic Navi timer references have been on the up and up, and they're not falling as steeply as some other watches are right now. For example, right, if you look at I'm trying to pick up a reference 806, and I was expecting them to be going back to the 2.5 3.5k price range. That's not happening immediately, and there's something to be said about how Breitling recovered some of its prestige more recently. And Tudor, I think, accomplished a lot of that in the last decade, to the extent that even their product from the 60s and 70s has become much more valuable.
I'm going to get my Tudor out of safe deposit box tomorrow.
Do it. Do it. I saw
need
the
that
look on the
Pelagos.
professor's face when I was like, Tudor, and he was just like, I don't really like this guy anymore now.
No. It's nothing to do with like. No, on the contrary,
no.
I think it stirred a lot of interesting discussions.
Well, one of the things is like to me, I sort of look at it as kind of the opposite of what you said, where it's not being Rolex is sort of the sort of your sort of settling or something. Probably more. My introduction to Tudor was when I was in Switzerland, and it was introduced to me as basically the Rolex under a different name, just for because spare parts bin basically. To me, it's sort of like you appreciate the watch and you don't care about the brand, not you couldn't get the Rolex. Because back then you could get the Rolex. It was more about, I like the watch, I don't care that it says Rolex on it. So to me, it was sort of like the anti-flex. It's like, I don't need a status symbol, I just wanted the really high quality watch.
Yeah, and I think that some people get Tudor just because they don't have enough money for Rolex, so they don't want to save up, and they just want to get it. But
That's
then
the
there's the
worst
other
reason to
people
get
that
it, yeah.
just want to get a Tudor that already have a Rolex because they're like, well, I don't, I just like the Tudor. So
Exactly. I think on Rolex forum, like a lot of people, there was a poll a long while back, like over a year ago. They asked if you have a Rolex, if you have a Tudor or something like that, what order did you get them? And it was like 97% had Rolex before they bought Tudor. Now this is a biased group. It's Rolex forum, not Tudor forum, I guess. But I had a Rolex before I got a Tudor. And I think a lot of people do get a Rolex before a Tudor.
yeah.
Although, again, something needs to be said about how they have, I think, maybe not to a very significant extent, but I think they have started cultivating their own customer as well. Which, again, quite something, even if they are doing like 10 out of 500 sales on that basis, like to people who don't necessarily know Rolex, that's really from the ground up. I mean, it wasn't something known before 2012.
Yeah, but you got to understand from a normal punter's perspective who isn't familiar with the Rolex brand, Tudor is almost a non-starter. They've never heard of it still. Like even in today's like market where Tudor do so well, outside of watch, circles, no one really knows what that is. They've heard of Longines before they would have heard of Tudor. It's. I think as a first watch, it's a hard sell. Until they get, they start understanding it. So I've gotten a friend to go with the Black Bay 58. That will be his first watch, because he was actually asking for, he liked a dive watch, but he wanted to keep it under 5,000. But he was gravitating more towards the Submariner when he looked at it, just like what his eyes, like what does he actually want? And it was actually more a Submariner. And see, the Seamaster is okay, but it's over 5,000 already. And ultimately, he did end up saving up enough money, or at least coming up with the will to say, okay, I'm willing to spend over 10K for a watch. So the Submariner became a possibility. But in this time, he also grew to sort of, I guess, appreciate Tudor as well. And so his first will be a Tudor, not because he can't afford it, because he already crossed that bridge, but he just feels for his point. And he's under 30. And well, that in New York, for example, that would be okay to get a sub, I think. It's a flashier town, but I think he'll be happy with the Black Bay 58.
Yeah, but there might be that point where he looks at it and he's just like, I really want the sub. You know what I mean? I think that's his only watch.
I think that could be true, and you can have both.
Yeah, or just get both. That's the thing. That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
I think that's Ozzy's case in any way.
yeah,
I mean,
I got both. It's really that simple.
and we have had this conversation, right? In a way, if you have a fascination with the vintage, Big Crown Submariner, what do you look at? You look at Black Bay 58 and not
An
not
actual
the
one.
current Submariner, because the current Submariner, it has the same DNA, it has a family resemblance, but it's not as much of the same vibe as the Black Bay 58 is. And same thing, right? I don't have $250,000. Oh, thank you, Shamba Basher. Thank you. Cheers to you as well. 179 pounds sterling. I don't have $250,000. So if I want to get the vibe of, but also the legitimacy of an Explorer dial Submariner, I have only one option, and that's the bronze Black Bay 58, right? So in a way, yes, it is. Is it a replacement when you think of it like that? Is it a substitution? Hell yeah, it is. But it's also a damn good watch on its own as well. It can stand on its feet, but it also caters to these sorts of niche yearnings of an average Rolex fanboy, so to speak, which I proudly identify myself as. All right. Last word is yours, Aden. Take it away.
I get the last word. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I will leave you guys with a quote. Okay. I'll leave you with a quote from a musician. I mean, I've been a musician for a long time, so that I kind of respect in a lot of ways. So this quote is from Bob Dylan. I accept chaos. I'm not sure whether it accepts me.
Nice.
Okay.
Great. So I hope we accept you, Aden. So I hope you come back for the next one. You have been really helpful
back.
on this stream.
It was a fun chat.
I just want to, again, acknowledge that, you are the first one to jump on. You're the last one to generate yet another topic of discussion. So I'm very grateful for that. Guys, I'm going to come back tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for your super chats, for your interventions. From the chat, Shamba Basher jumped on with Ale Raza as well. So I will add them to the list of people that I want to take extra time to thank again. Thank you for all my panelists. Please hit the like button on the way out. If you haven't already, subscribe. We're here with Watch Talk every day. If you want to support the channel in other ways, links are in the video description. They're also pinned in the chat and crawling somewhere down there as well. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I bid you adieu. Take care, guys. Bye.